Hi, friends. My name's host Eric. I'm the host of Talking with Fish People. And yeah, I've been accused of being a wiseacre before. I'm not sure if that has a lot to do with having wisdom, but just woke up and went down to the gas station to get cigarettes because I have cigarettes. I'm also more or less out of weed, but I think I got a bong rip or two here. Let's go to the weed store again today. Life can be a challenging endeavor for those of us who lack wisdom. I would depend on the mood, of course, but sometimes I would declare myself as a person lacking in wisdom. Sometimes I declare myself a person with ample wisdom. Depends on the topic, I guess, as much as I know. But wisdom, of course, generally isn't really thought to be a topic-specific matter, but rather a trait of an individual. Who applies what he knows to good effect, I guess, is the best definition of wisdom. The application of knowledge to good effect. Do as I say, not as I do, wisdom. Well, I'm not necessarily framing wisdom in terms of advice you give other people. It's like presumably a wise person is somebody who's learned not to make certain kinds of mistakes and or I guess has very accurate self-analysis, maybe. Am I wise? Like I said, I go back and forth thinking I'm either wise or incredibly not wise, depending on the moment. I feel better today than I did yesterday, but still a little disillusioned with the world, I guess. I do have enough. It goes well, karma. Kashatriya Dharma. I am yawning an awful lot, though. Where's my lighter? What did I do with my lighter? Where is my lighter? Huh. I wonder what I did with my lighter. It's a rather important piece of equipment after all. I guess I use Rachel's later. And I'm gonna have to go poo pretty soon. Hi, Lauren Cuthbert. It's 6:39 in the morning, so I have no idea why you're saying good afternoon. Oh, yeah, I got a poop coming soon. Real soon. Oh. Yeah, I think I have to go in and go poo now. Oh. People everywhere gather up in a means outraged at how they missed a sign. How do they set their priorities? These foreign backstabbing entities. Ensuing heartache and misery follow necessarily from their savage ways. Insulting Carson and Desiree. We're stuck with such very larceny. We all partition the rectors and call it destruction of the whole damn world. Share our land. Hoping Julie will do. Cherish it for 4 minutes. You just can't do things like they do. Julie always thought that she should have got to when she had the chance to buy. Julie soon forgot about tuning on, although she have a call. People everywhere gather up enemies, outraged at how they miss a sign. How do they set their priorities? These foreign backstabbing entities. Ensuing heartache and misery follow necessarily from their savage ways. Insulting Carson and Desiree. We're stuck in such very life to me. We all partition the rectors and call it destruction of the whole damn world. 30,000 days, too many expectations, not even worth a damn. 30,000 nights to sleep off the intoxication, otherwise we won't escape the plan. I wasted half my days trying on another's way, but who can tell me my priorities? Is there anybody who's the key? 'Cause I'm tired of doing it wrong. Want direction and have all along. Wait until I know. Or is that just hesitation? Clarity's no good once your chance is gone. What I need to show, is it so below my station? I'm tired of doing it wrong. I wasted half my days trying on others' ways. Who can tell me my priorities? Is there anybody knows the key? 'Cause I think I'm doing this wrong. 'Cause I think I'm doing this wrong. Doing this wrong. Okay. A little bit of a warning here. I'm pretty sure that was just the opening band for my main poop. So I'm gonna have to get up and go defecate again at some point. I wouldn't put any weight into wings at all, personally, Katie. I like tri-types. I think they're a nice addition to cognitive function type. But I don't like wings. Part of the reason I don't like wings is it seems an unnecessarily precise distinction, and it seems a way to make those distinctions that's the alternative to tri-type. So I think tri-type makes a lot more sense. You have one approach to each of those core fears. I'm a 784. First, I try to avoid whatever it is. Then I confront it. Then I say, fuck you guys, I'm going home. In that order. So, it's like, I don't need any wings to understand that. And wings don't help me. If I do have wings, what am I? 7 wing 8, 8 wing 7? I mean, like, what the hell does that mean? Yeah, I mean, I agree. Enneagram is interesting. I don't have a problem with it. I don't have much to say about it either. It's like it's not a complicated mechanics or something. I think it's a great taxonomy. You use wings because you don't know if you're a 6 or a 7. If you don't know if you're a 6 or a 7, you're probably neither. You're probably either a 891 or a 234. When I do Enneagram test on people, I ask them the basic questions. How do you avoid shame? By being helpful, by being high achieving, or by being a rebel? Second question, how do you deal with fear? By learning everything you can about it so you're no longer afraid of it, by retreating to your safe space of your nest, or by digging your head in the sand and pretending that there's nothing to fear. And then how do you deal with anger? If somebody peows at you, do you peow back? Or do you appease? Or do you withdraw? We have all 8 for sure. The idea that you only have 4 functions is a silly notion because each of those functions is, you have to have at least sort of machine code level functionality on all the functions. So like, you can talk about proto examples of the functions. The best proto examples to use to prove that everybody has both functions, both knowing functions, is SI and NI. Proto SI is object permanence. When you realize that when peekaboo is no longer exciting to you as a baby, so there's a little stretch of time where you go like this to a baby and you take your hands off their eyes and they're surprised to see the thing there still, the toy or whatever. When babies stop being amused by peekaboo, they have accomplished object permanence. Object permanence is proto-SI. We're realizing that you can rely on your experience to anticipate things about the external world. Namely, well, I saw that jacket on that chair earlier, and unless somebody moved it, it should still be there. That's proto-SI. Proto-NI is shape constancy. So if I show you this, you say it's a pack of cigarettes. If I show you this, you still know it's a pack of cigarettes. If I show you this, you still know it's a pack of cigarettes, even though it looks totally different, right? So if you didn't have at least infantile level introverted intuition, then I'd go, "What's this, Katie?" And you'd say, "It's a remote control." And I'd say, "What's this, Katie?" Say, "It's a black line." That's why everybody has all 8 functions. You have to have at least machine code level of a function. Well, what I'm saying is we can point out how everybody has to have at least basic level. I was talking about this yesterday with Rachel. She said, which function is infantile? And I said, I don't think any of the functions are quite infantile. I think the youngest function you have is like first grade. So your polar is like first grade, maybe kindergarten. It's very childlike, but it's not infantile, because if it were infantile, then you wouldn't be able to. You'd be surprised if every time you closed your eyes and opened them again, oh my God, the thing's still there. That would mean infantile, like newborn level SI. So nobody, even on the back stack, even in the polar, has infantile level of any cognitive function. You have to have at least kindergarten level to be a functioning human being, basically, is my position on it. So we never talk to people who haven't yet attained the proto versions of cognitive functions, or the proto displays. What's the proto display of extroverted intuition? Babbling. Little children babbling. Babies that don't know how to speak yet, but are making sounds like pretending to speak. That's proto-NE. What's proto-SE? It's I want to get that thing. That babies do. It's not very effective. But it's what it is. As far as like what's proto-TI or something, I'm not sure. It's such a communicative function. It's hard for me to understand what it looks like before it parses language. But it must have some understanding of contradiction in a non-linguistic sense, I guess. I don't know. I don't have an answer for that one. Lauren Cuthbert, I'm telling you, the single best test for Enneagram is the very simple test that I give, which is just you ask those questions. You say, how do you avoid shame? Do you help people? Do you high achieve? In other words, like I've got a fancy car and a fancy house. Or do you say, I don't need your social mores? Okay, that's the first question you ask. And then the person will answer either like, yeah, or they'll answer it, make note of how meh or it is, right? Then ask the second question. How do you avoid fear? Is it by conquering it, by learning everything you know about it, you can about it, so you're no longer afraid? Is it by retreating to your safe defenses? Or is it by fiddling while Rome burns, putting your head in the sand and pretending, I'm not going to pay any attention to that? And you're 5, 6, or 7 accordingly. Again, note how meh or how they are about the answers. And then ask the third question. How do you deal with piao piao? Do you respond with piao piao back? Do you respond by appeasing? Okay, I'm sorry. Or do you withdraw from the situation? Okay, you're mad. I don't want to deal with you. And then again, note how or meh they are about it. And the one that they're most meh about is probably their first slot. The one that they're most meh about is their third slot. And the other one is the middle. There's nothing more to it than that. That's what it boils down to. There's nothing more to it than that. And it's like it's not like cognitive functions where there's a lot of stuff to figure out about it, It's just you got to determine your relationship with those bad emotions. For me, fear is definitely the biggest concern. Shame is something I feel fairly well defended against. In other words, my four is in the third slot because I don't feel particularly susceptible to it. Anger, it's very clear that I respond with pow pow. My dad's an 8 first, so I think having an 8 as a parent makes you a bit of an 8, unavoidably. You're getting 4, 7, 9. Well, if you are an ENFP, I think you mentioned earlier that you were an NEDOM. 4, 7, 9 would be a very expected tri-type for ENFP, I would say. It's like that tri-type is very consistent with NFP. 4, 7, 9. Do you know what it's called? I'll look it up for you. I typed in ISFP yesterday. Who was the philosopher tri-type, which I think was 145. Anyway, 4, 7, 9. Well, this is what Catherine Farb has to say about it. The 4, 7, 9 is the 4 that hides their sadness because they fear people will reject them if they show it. Both 7 and 9 are happy characters on the Enneagram. This is why the 4 with the 4, 7, 9 tri-type is considered the happy positive. Wait, did you say 794 or 497? 479. 479. Yeah, that's right. People like me because I am deep, fun, soft, accepting, and gentle. I often have ugly emotions and hateful thoughts, but I'm afraid if I share them, I will no longer be thought of as the special person that is so evolved, kind, and spiritual. So I suffer in silence. Is that you? That sounds fun. No, he doesn't. In fact, he didn't even want me recording it at all. So I didn't. People who get typed by me, some of them, surprising amount of them, maybe half of them are choose to publish, which is great, but another half of them don't. So, okay, cool. If you look up, this is how I have to find this thing. It's the way Rachel taught me to find it, actually. I put in 784 curve surfer, and then you'll find the list where it differentiates between the different permutations. So, like, according to Catherine Farb, 479 is the same type as 749 is the same type as 947. Well, this Personality Cafe article has all of them differentiated. So I'll try to find what yours specifically is called. 479. There's 459, 468, 469, 478, 479. The gentle spirit. The 479 is specifically the etherealist. Creative, intuitive, magical, imaginative, wispy, ethereal, and soft-spoken, but fluid and with a brittle sense of self. Most likely to be self-preserving. So according to this, a 479 is most likely to be a self-preserving one. I'll put a link to that, to this personality cafe page here. This is the personality cafe one where it has all 162 tri-types named and described differently instead of just 27. So that's why I know that my particular tri-type of 784 is called the curve server. Well, Genexial, that's why I like to say I like it as a taxonomy, and there's not anything else I do with it. So in other words, I don't treat it as though it were a mechanical model. I treat it as simply a surprisingly accurate taxonomy of how people deal with the dark spots of themselves and avoid the dark spots of themselves. Or confront or withdraw. It's basically an interesting taxonomy of how people confront and withdraw in different situations. I find it surprisingly accurate about me, but I don't attribute any accuracy to any modelable mechanics. So as long as I keep it in its proper place, I don't worry about overbuying it, I guess you could say. I don't know. I'm not afraid to embrace some NI stuff that really resonates as NI true, even though it doesn't TI validate. And in this case, I'm willing to embrace it. At least it doesn't link to something arbitrary like birthday or star position. So in that regard, it just attempts to describe what it sees as a pattern of how people deal with different kinds of possible negative emotional experiences. Which is to say, it's a lot like your mom's face, Genexial. Polar Lauren sounds like a good sort of like takeoff brand for Ralph Lauren polo shirts. So if you wanted to kind of copy them, but change it up a little bit, you could call yourself Polar Lauren. Too many of the questions are, one could go either extreme in a heartbeat or straight right down and not care. I mean, for Enneagram, my point is people seem to be more successfully able to self-assess Enneagram questions than typology questions. So even if you're FI tool, you can probably answer the Enneagram questions objectively. And I'm not sure why that is exactly, but I trust self-reporting on Enneagram probably because it's because like every one of the choices is equally good or bad. There's nothing really normative about it. Keck? Well, Keck yourself, Elite LP. K-E-K. You mistyped your flatmate as ENFP because NE is so good. He's an INTP. Any tool, any dom. I'm a Keck myself, sir. I don't know what that means. I'm going to be honest. I don't know what Keck means. I'm a usually means I'm a going to. I'm a going to will. I will, I'm a going to. That's full future tense. Polarity is interesting. The way that Keck is a laughing Spanish meme. Okay. Like the guy yesterday I typed who's an ISFP, he said to me, I mean, I'm pretty good at improvising. I just can't come up with stuff on the fly. Talk about any polar statement. Like everybody says such dumb things about their own polar. Like people will, like Rachel will go, I guess it's that damn TE again, when really it's SI, or when really it's SE. It's like people can't identify their own polar very successfully. And they mistake it for other things. When you say, I'm pretty good at improvising, I just can't come up with anything on the fly, you really miss the definition of improvising. You're really not getting it. That's like, just like, sometimes I'll make a note of the textbook polar response to something. Interestingly, the ISFP basically refused to answer the FI questions of which would you rather do to somebody, small violence or steal money from them. He just refused to accept that he would do either of them. You know? So, and then contrast that with McKinsey, who gave the best textbook FI polar answer. Which would you drown if you had to drown one? A kitten or a puppy? A puppy, it would struggle less. That's the textbook FI polar answer. It's so sensible, right? Yeah, Lauren Cuthbert. Boy, doesn't extroverted intuition come in handy in interviews? It sure does. I mean, the thing is, an FI Dom, when you ask them that question, puts themselves in a position of actually doing it. He goes, well, I can't do that. A person who's not an FI Dom, or maybe, like somebody like me, FI Polar, just views it as a hypothetical that one answers because, it's like you ask an FI Polar person to give you a position on something, they give you a position on something. Like this question I used to ask in typing sessions, I'll have to ask it again, about the I came for wisdom for the pain. Take a couple Tylenol. So the question I used to ask is about the chicken who became a rooster. So once upon a time in England, and this is a true story, there was a hen in a flock of hens, and the hen had got some damage to one of its ovaries. And at that point, it transitioned into a rooster. It grew feathers like a rooster. It started cock-a-doodle-doodling like a rooster. It even took on the protective role of a rooster. And all the other hens started to treat it like a rooster. In other words, when this chicken saw a hawk in the sky, it would go over and raise its feathers up, and it's like rah, 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 the hawk to warn the other chickens to go hide, and the other chickens would go hide, and it would be the rooster. Roosters are like Japanese anime characters. They are completely willing to sacrifice themselves in an unwinnable fight to protect their hens. Interestingly, kind of noble creatures, really. But regardless, the question I ask then is it a chicken? Is it a hen or a rooster? And, TI DOMs will typically say it depends on your frame of reference. TI tool will typically give you an answer because they are accustomed to the idea that we're going to argue one side or the other of this. That there's no point in not taking a position when you're being asked to take a position. If you ask, but so it's like this. That's a question I usually ask to distinguish TI DOM versus TI tool. FI tool might also take a position on it. It's a deliberative function, actually. So, why not? If Lauren Cuthbert's position was it's a rooster, her justification would be it can be whatever it wants to be. And that's a good FI explanation for why it's a rooster. A TI explanation for why it's a rooster would be something like, we should better evaluate the gender of a chicken by its behavior than by its genetics. What about a rooster? Well, we're talking about the chicken that turned into a rooster. It's a true story. It happened in England where there was a flock of hens, and one of the hens had an ovary damaged and basically turned into a rooster. So, of course, it was still biologically not capable of doing mating stuff that a rooster does, but it did everything else that a rooster does. And presumably that even includes like giving treats to the hens, because roosters will dig up various bugs and stuff, and they'll set some of the bugs aside for their hens. Like it's their way of maintaining a bond or something, I guess. Having had chickens before, I know how it works. Which, of course, always reminds me of my video entitled "How to Mate with Your Chicken." How to Mate Your Chicken, in which I explain how to get a chicken in the mood for intercourse and then pretend to hump it. It was a great video. Oh yeah, pure genius. You think curious is a defining feature of extroverted intuition? Yeah, well, curiousness and a desire to be original. Like, I don't like to be accused of repeating myself too much. So, for example, when I make songs, I do go through little phases where I'll make songs of meh kind for a while. But I like to not be able to be reduced to well, his songs all sound the same. That would be the worst. That's a critique I don't ever want to face. He's never surprising. He just starts repeating himself after a little while. It's like that shit. I can't tolerate those critiques. That's what it means to be an NE Dom, is to prevent those critiques above all. Bobby's son, you've got to be kidding me. If that is true, wow. You must like my videos as much as I like anime. Oh, it's not true. Okay. I mean, I have been watching so much. Oh, it is true. Okay. Wow, that's amazing. Thank you for telling me that. That's amazing to hear. That's remarkable. Um, I I've been binging so much on anime lately that I know the feeling of binging on shit for sure. Uh, I Broccoli Todd, you guys may be familiar with Broccoli Todd. He comes around here sometimes. He sent me um, a an email that suggested some animes, and one of them was Mob Psycho 100. Mob Psycho 100 is one that I had seen before on the list. I had thought about consider it on a couple of occasions, but never tried clicking before. And his email was the one that prompted me to go, okay, I'm going to try Mob Psycho 100. Mob Psycho 100 is great. I love it. It's, every time I start getting disillusioned about anime and thinking, okay, I'm tired of this now. I've come across another show that captivates me. Why can't you watch it? Do you not have Crunchyroll? You know what, Bobby Tanner? You should be an all licenses all the time licensed TWFP expert. You have ADHD? That's why you can't watch it? Give it an episode or two. It's a little slow getting going. A lot of those animes are a little bit slow getting going. The good ones are. One of the ones that I thought was best at its initial couple of episodes, really went downhill fast, which was Yumi Shmashi Mashi Demon Slayer, or whatever it is. Understandable. Can I make him a badge? Yeah, I don't know how to make a badge exactly. I feel like I have another poo coming. I already pooed once, but I knew it was probably not my full poo. I could feel that there was a second act behind the first. Yes, I do think Regan's an ENTP. And I like the way that he's kind of a realistic ENTP as well. So he's not exactly moral all the time. He's learning to be moral. Very interesting character, because you don't trust him at all at first, and then you trust him too much, and then he's an ENTP. He's trying to figure shit out himself, and he's struggling with his own feelings a lot of times too. But his insistence on talking his way through and out of everything, into and out of everything, is so ENTP. What's the new president's MBTI? I think Biden's probably an ESFJ. That'd be my guess. Based on old data about Biden, if you were to try to type him now, I think it would be challenging because he's somewhat advanced into dementia. No, I didn't. I didn't watch the inauguration. I'm frankly not very interested in the inaugurations. I don't see them as anything but ceremony. Like I felt no sense of triumph or finally we got rid of Trump or anything like that. I just feel a sense of dread kind of about the whole thing on the grounds that he's not equipped. And I don't like the idea of sort of wink and a nod presidency. That Kamala's really going to be running shit. I don't believe people should be elected like that. And it was sort of we're not really electing Biden. I don't believe in that shit. Bernie Sanders has got to be an NFP. Either ENFP, probably ENFP. Really bad flooding where? Where are there floodings? Pretty soon my butt's going to flood again. Going to flood out some poops. It's not quite ready to go yet. In Manchester, England? Where the Beatles come from? Isn't that where the Beatles come from? No, they come from Liverpool. Sorry, my bad. Liverpool. Is Manchester near Liverpool? Type Ron Paul. Your therapist knows about me? How does your therapist know about me? Somebody complained. My bad. Oh, you're the Smiths. That's pretty good, Lauren. That's a pretty big claim to fame there, Smiths. Do you know, Lauren Cuthbert, that I was looking for a job and then I found a job, and heaven knows I'm miserable now. I'd be prouder of the Smiths than Oasis. Are you guys going to war against the Scots again? Because we do have some Scots who come in here periodically, and they're still upset about the Highlands. Hello, Eric. That's a long time ago. It's me, question mark, and not some dude called Cloud. Okay, question mark. You're not Cloud. The British are coming? I don't think I have that song. Why do I care? Why do I give valuable time to people who don't care if I live or I die? That's the question I'm constantly asking. Along with, frequently these days, I know how Joan of Arc felt. Finally. You miss Cloud? I sang it in a live stream once. You'd know, Bobby son. You would know. I do remember something I did like a decade ago, more than a decade ago, actually, more like 15 years ago or so. I made this public service announcement called The British Don't Get Podcasts. I still remember the song from it. Because the British don't get podcasts. And I explained how British people don't understand podcasts. But I don't understand. What is this? I don't get it. That was a long time ago. I guess the British have learned about podcasts since then. Americans make shit chocolate. Okay. I'll accept that. I'll accept that when we revolted against the British, we lost the chocolate arts. Oh, it was last year and had lyrics including My Flat and Cobbled Road. Those are very British words, along with steak and kidney pie, perambulator. Nobody uses a perambulator. Why would you call it a perambulator? I guess it does allow you to perambulate. But who uses that verb really these days? Why are people in general so bad at typing? Because most people who type, they read a bunch of type descriptions, and maybe they study various ideas about cognitive functions from various places, and then they say, well, my amalgam of type descriptions most lines up with this character X. My amalgam of type functions X most lines up with this character. Well, that's just not a good way to type. The thing is, characters also, it's not like there's a definitive answer for them. I mean, sometimes your answer, there's one answer that's much better than other answers. Like, I think the best answer for Regan is definitely ENTP. But being a written character is not a human being, and therefore, obviously, you can't really talk about them having cognitive functions per se. We're at the very least, we're only looking at displays. We're never getting to assess processes directly. What are the best animals? Grizzly bears? But they're so grisly. Usually, if anything is preceded by the adjective grisly, it's not a good thing. It was a grisly scene. Suggests there was blood and body parts everywhere. Is dualism good or bad? I don't see it as having a normative status, really. I'd say it's a frame of reference. Grizzly's gonna get you. Big sigh. Big sigh. I think it's an interesting question. Is dualism good or bad? It's more interesting to analyze the question than it is to answer it, really. Like, dualism typically is thought to derive from Descartes, right? Like this, I think, therefore I am, this division of mind and body and or being and non-being. I mean, as an aphorism, it doesn't withstand a whole ton of scrutiny. There's no clear reason to conclude that I guess the distinction's important. I guess it kind of depends on what you mean by dualism as well. It's not quite, no, it seems to have settled. It's not quite ready to come out. Describing a movie as like Brokeback Mountain, but with lots of dead animals, it's a terrible elevator pitch. How did that movie get made? If I were a movie executive and somebody elevator pitched that to me, It's like Brokeback Mountain, but with lots of dead animals. I would not want to make that movie. Advaita nihilism versus Dvaita, which is closer to monotheism in the Vedic traditions. He said you would worry more about Rachel going off with Frank James if she was an ENFJ. Why would that be? Well, because I think that the less valued or active the SI, the more susceptible to, I guess, hypergamy. Right. So, okay. For ESFJ, it's NI-polar that makes them grass is greener things. Any third. They like change. So they're not really reliable as long-term partners necessarily. Depends on the ESFJ, of course. ENFJ, subject to hypergamy because they don't have any SI factor. So it's like they I guess don't see time spent with somebody as much of an investment. I mean, either knowing function polar creates weird problems. You know, it's like if you have SI polar, you don't sleep, you don't eat, you know, it's like, and then you crash and you just got no sense of the self experience at all. If you're NI-polar, you draw all kinds of crazy conclusions that are not justified by anything. Oh, no, ENFP is TI-polar. You're the same as me, but with the other deliberation function as polar. Well, correct. You can make the same argument with FI polar. The thing is, there are a lot more ways to work around FI polar than there are to work around a knowledge function polar. So I don't cheat because the TI, well, it depends on the thing. I might cheat. It depends on whether I think, whether or not I think the test I'm being required to take is legitimate. But the TI tool user becomes increasingly honest over time because they feel strongly, reflexively, the contradictions, and they also have an absolute value FE. So it's I'm not talking about betrayal, Freddie Forgiato. Like, my ESFJ wife left me, but she did not betray me. And I'm saying the same sort of thing about an ENFJ, that they see relationships, both types see relationships as having shelf lives. There's nothing necessarily wrong with that. And you can leave a relationship without, when you were saying about cheating, they don't value problems, so they have no problem cheating. I thought you meant cheating like on a test. It didn't even occur to me you meant cheating like in a relationship. That didn't even cross my mind. I mean, I think it's more correct to say that the problem with FI polar people, is they don't really care about the other person. It's like, I'm an excellent relationship partner, but you could accuse me of not actually feeling a lot of feelings towards the other person. And the reason you could accuse me of that is, as far as I'm concerned, those experiences of feelings are momentary things, and then they're gone and insignificant and not remembered. So most of the time, I'm not feeling anything towards Rachel. I know the difference because a lot of times we're watching TV together. She'll say something like, "Oh, I love you so much. I want to come over and kiss you." I say, "Okay, go ahead." But that's her FI. That is not her FE, because it's like, at that moment, I'm just watching TV. There's no FE benefit to her abruptly announcing these things. That's FI of hers. She really loves me. I love her too, and I'm just as committed to her as she is to me. And I think it's a fantastic relationship, but I don't have those experiences very often. I mostly have them with the cat, where I go, cheat and shelf life is different. Cheat and shelf life is different. Okay, so look, and I'm specifically saying ENFJs, not ESTJs. So I'm not really just talking about the polar. Okay, ENFJs and ESFJs, because it's FE with a knowledge function polar, are they're the way it works out is they see either grass is greener or they actually see greener grass, one of the two, and they think it's acceptable to take that opportunity if they do it in a legitimate way. So yeah, I don't really get that at all, Lauren Cuthbert. I really don't get that. Lauren Cuthbert says, "Yeah, I get what Rachel feels. It's like you can never be close enough to someone until you're lying in a grave next to them and your bones are touching." I do get that a little bit about my cat. When I start getting very much like, "Oh, you're constantly astonishing me with your beauty again," which I do get that way periodically about my cat. That must be FI. But by and large, I think of FI as this troubling thing that I've got to process very slowly when something's not going well. Hi, Flow State. Winston's mom's been worried about you. She was afraid you got arrested in Washington, D.C. I said, "I'm sure he's fine. How are you doing? Nice to see you. Very nice to see you. Did you get arrested in Washington, D.C.? That's good. I don't know. I don't think he did. Winston's mom was afraid that he did, and he got arrested. She was worried about him. Winston's mom worries about people, which is nice. Me, I don't really worry about people very much. I worry about my dad. Oh, you checked in with him. Oh, okay. You fought some Antifas, allegedly. Well, I have my bets as to who won that fight. That's my non-existent FI. Yeah, well, and it does cause me problems. Like, I'm struggling to to have the relationship I'd like to have with my father. Yeah, I would guess that would be the case. I think there are a lot of ESTP and TIFAs. Did you get in trouble? Hopefully you didn't get in trouble. Try not to get in trouble anymore. I still wake up mad on your behalf sometimes, Taylor. Still happens every once in a while. I'll wake up mad at the people of Pratt, Kansas. That's FI polar too. My feelings are there. They persist, you know. Injustice that the injustice perpetrators have gotten away with causes me a great deal of distress, you know. That's where you get to see some FI. I don't like injustice. Fortunately, my FI goes away pretty quickly. And it doesn't seem to have very lasting effects on me. After this conversation, it's so funny knowing there's a group of people out there who think you're an INFP. Yeah, totally. You want to come on right now? You can come with me. You won't be able to be on camera, but you'll be able to hear your voice. It's nice to see you as well because I've been feeling kind of depressed and sluggish lately. And you bring a lot of SE energy to the party. You know, you're the kind of person who's likely to say, you know, quit your whining and go do it. Something like that. Which everybody needs a little bit of that in their life. Sure, take your time. The thing is, it's perfectly reasonable in some sense to conclude that I'm an INFP or an ESFJ or possibly an ESTP, depending on what video you want to point to as evidence, right? If you cherry pick, then you can establish a decent case of typing me. It's just about anything because I've produced a lot of different kinds of videos, and depending on which ones you focus on, they would be indicative of meow versus meow versus meow. So it's not surprising then that there are going to be people who argue this way or that way regarding my type. But the thing is, why are they motivated to make those cases? Because it's also the case that while you can successfully make those cases by cherry picking the data, that they're, as a consequence, not meaningful cases. You know, they're constructed of cherry picked pieces of data. So why then do you want to bother with that in the first place is the question. Like, probably they don't like me, is the answer. Generally, people who type me as something other than ENTP, I suspect, are motivated to attack in some way first and then take that approach. I don't think that people who are honestly typing me are going to really conclude anything but ENTP. I'm pretty textbook, you know. But if you've only looked at a little bit of data and or you are willfully trying to find an avenue to attack, then certainly cases can be made for me as just about any type, I guess, if you pick the right videos to focus on. I used to have a playlist called Here Comes the Waterworks, which were just full of videos in which I'm crying. But, you know, I'm a big crier. I think how much of a crier you are depends a lot on what you were told and how you experienced crying as a kid. I was always told there was nothing wrong with it, and I wasn't sort of naturally a big crier, so I never learned to really have any issues about it, you know? I never learned to feel vulnerable about crying. I never felt like it made me subject to attack particularly. So I guess I never policed myself much on it, you know? And really, when I'm watching all that anime, what am I getting out of it? I'm getting NIFI. Eric is the best ESFP. See, that's because Taylor got raised in a family where they were a little bit more hard knocks than mine, I think, or an environment. My environment didn't require me to be that careful in my displays. Most of the people around me I could trust. So this is how you turn out when that happens, you know? When you've got people who are good people around you who love you and you have good relationships and people around you are honest with each other and all that kind of stuff, then you turn out like me. People who cry can't help but be overwhelmed by emotion. It's true. The thing is, I mostly get emotional when I'm watching stuff. I'm in receive mode, you know? And that's when it's like when you're watching something, by and large, if you are, you know, caught up in the story, so to speak, then you are just attending to it via epistemology functions, via knowledge and deliberation functions. If you're not totally caught up in it and you're thinking about something else while you're watching it, then you got some extroverted intuition going on, you know. But I think that's why it can be a bit of a addictive problem for me. Anime is that it's hitting me on my absolute values, NIFI, and I don't have to do anything, and it's just like. But I just got to sacrifice my conscious self, basically, in order to just wallow in the backslot absolute values. It is pretty gratifying, though, I got to tell you. When you watch a good show that got you totally caught up in it and everything, it's pretty great. How is it going? Asks Vex. Vex, let me tell you, it is going well. I feel not vexed. There's nothing beta about crying. There's nothing beta quadra about crying, that's for sure. Rachel struggles to cry, and she often will say something like, I feel like I need to cry, but I can't. For me, I don't ever feel like I need to cry, and I cry when I need to, or when I do. I don't know. I cry when something's sad. Something on TV is sad. I cry when I'm talking about some topics. Like when I talk about the United States of America and the state of it and my patriotism and why I'm patriotic and stuff, that tends to get me choked up. When I talk about things that make me feel as though the spirit and soul of the country have been violated in some fashion, that will make me get choked up. I'm not exactly sure when I got so patriotic, but at some point I did. Talking about injustice that I'm personally familiar with will make me get choked up. But by and large, I am emotional when I'm watching media. And I mean, I think the interesting thing is, the takeaway here is that it matters so much what kind of data we focus on when we're talking about typology. Because if you're looking at type descriptions and you're trying to gauge me in terms of my creativity and my emotionality, ENFP, INFP are not terribly bad typings, it's if you're not understanding the real difference between TI and FI, then it's easy enough to mistake me for an NFP. After all, I am rather active in my emotional displays. Sorry, Lauren. I don't have a problem with ENFPs in reality. I just, I guess I'm guilty of the same thing that I always critique, which is I need to put a name to a repeating phenomenon that I don't like. I need to put a face to it or some sort, to attribute it to a person, which is dumb of me. Which format is the Beta Quadra, etc. language from? Which format? I mean, Beta Quadra is imperious because they're communicative in their judging functions, TIFE, and universal in their knowledge functions and actual in their doing functions. So, in other words, the physicality of Beta Quadra expresses as actualizing that which is universally so. It makes them imperious. They don't have a lot of respect for individual experience as being meaningful compared against their intuition regarding universalities. They don't have a lot of respect for subjectivity. ENFJ has the most respect for subjectivity, but the least respect for past experience. So they'll say, you just need to get over your past, just let it all go. Right? So they have the least respect for that kind of subjectivity and the most respect for the FI kind of subjectivity because it's in their fifth slot. INFJ countervalue FI subjectivity and find SI subjectivity purely instrumental to their NI. So they don't value subjectivity. ISTPs, they don't value subjectivity. They've got subjective knowledge countervalued, and they've got introverted feeling as instrumental, 8th slot, always subsumed by TI. What I mean by countervalued is 6th slot. So it's demonstrative, but you don't think it's ever appropriately applied as a determining factor in your own shit. For you, Octavio Silva, that means you don't ever think your own experience is the determining factor in a thing, or rarely. You don't like it when you're required by a given circumstance to rely on your own experience, your own bodily sensations, etc. Rafael Alveira says, so if I just feel good when I take heroin, should I become a heroin addict? I mean, are you looking for advice? Are you trying to make an argument? I can hear you sort of. You're kind of pixelated like your mom's face, but...
How dare you?
Yeah, I'm pretty rude like that, huh?
Because you're having an F.I. Morton when I last stopped listening, you were talking about crying and how your mom let you cry. She encouraged you to scrap vaginas.
Yeah, basically.
How was that?
Yeah, it's worked out well for me.
You're happy about that?
I'm pretty happy. You know why I'm so happy about it? It turns out that the modern world has so been pussified that I'm considered masculine. It's true.
Just kidding.
That's how pussified the world has become.
Am I on video or just audio?
You're on really grainy video, and your audio is kind of half-assed. I suggest turning off your camera because nobody's seeing your video anyway, except for me. There you go. That'll be better. We'll be able to hear you better.
You know, if you use StreamYard, you can stream straight through to your channel. If you want them to come on, you can give them the links to jump in the room with you.
I mean, I could do that here too if I just streamed the other way with software instead of the way I'm doing it right now. So part of the reason why I don't tend to stream the software is I don't anticipate wanting to include somebody else in the room because only occasionally is there somebody who wants to be in the room do I want to talk to, you know. This being one of those. This being one of those instances. Raphael says emotion is essential to figure out what matters to you, and then he says that means if something just feels good, it's important, and if something feels bad, I should avoid it. No, it's saying emotion is an essential factor in understanding what matters to you. That does not mean the same thing at all as do what feels good and don't do what feels bad. Right? So that's very strawman-y equivocating there. Like
emotions are sort of an instinct.
Emotions are an instinct?
In a lot of ways.
I mean, they're definitely a reflex, right? It's like, it's not something you choose exactly.
And if you look at the brain, your emotion centers are in towards the interior more than like your analytical. The analytical of your brain is side like an orange peel. So just anatomically, it's more primitive. It's more established. It kicks faster. It knows things before you do.
Yeah. I've also noted
makes you cry like a bitch.
I've also noted that I will remember an emotion first, and then the thing that the emotion is about. So, the example I've used in the past is one time I went into a 7-Eleven stressed out about a banking matter and got distracted in the 7-Eleven. When I walked out of the 7-Eleven, I remembered first that I was stressed out about something, then what it was, and noted at that time, oh, I guess emotion is a more primitive form of memory, basically, that you remember the personal relationship to what's going on before you remember the specs of it. So Lauren Cuthbert says a straw man means you simplified someone's argument to the point where you don't present it fairly. Well, Lauren Cuthbert, what Raphael was doing there is saying, you said X, and X means Y, right? Now, sometimes X does mean Y. In this instance, the thing he was concluding from what you said is not logically deducible from what he said, from what you said at all. So he was not just reducing your argument to something simpler. He was making new arguments and saying those were derived from yours logically, but they weren't. So, just because you said that emotions are, and no, I'm not making the argument that you should ignore your emotions. No one's making that argument that you should ignore your emotions. Okay, this is like, these aren't straw mans. These are just like bullshit rewrites. I go,
hey,
my sweater is blue, and he goes, so you're saying your shirt is green?
Question. Let me ask you a question real quick. Use my brain. Clarify the difference between a straw man and a red herring.
A red herring is a literary device, primarily, that's used to give a suggestion of foreshadowing that turns out to not be correct. So, in other words, it's a fake clue. A straw man is if they reduce your argument to something simpler to try to defeat that, because your more complicated argument is too hard for them to defeat. What Raphael is doing is something different. He's saying, she said, emotion's an important factor in knowing what you want. And he conflated that into, so you're saying you should do what you feel like, what feels good, and not do what feels bad all the time. So I should become a heroin addict if it feels good. Well, she said nothing remotely to be derived from that, And so that's why I'm saying it's not even a straw man. It's just like I don't know what you'd call that. It's like if I say it's a squirrel and you go, so you're saying it's a chipmunk. No, I'm saying it's a squirrel. Red herring is not changing the subject. A red herring is a fake clue. Let's Google it. We do have the internet after all.
You're better than the internet.
A red herring. Thanks, Taylor. A dried smoked herring, which is turned red by the smoke. We were both wrong. Something especially a clue that is or is intended to be misleading or distracting, such as the book is fast-paced, exciting, and full of red herrings. So the movie that Rachel and I watched about a court case called Witness for the Prosecution, that was full of red herrings. You had no idea what was going to happen by the end. It was really surprising. If emotion doesn't mean prioritizing pain versus pleasure, what does it mean? Well, emotion is an experience that one has in response to stimuli of various sorts. So you're assuming, why would you conclude that emotion means prioritizing? You said emotion, if emotion doesn't mean prioritizing pain versus pleasure, what does it mean? So, but I experience emotion when I'm watching anime, for example. Some of that emotion is laughing. Some of that emotion is crying. Note that watching anime is not prioritizing pain versus pleasure.
Do you cry when you watch anime?
All the time.
Jesus.
It's very powerful on me. It works really well on me. It's like, oh my God, he's trying so hard. It's those kind of things where it's like, I can't quit now because with enough guts and effort and try-hardiness, then I can overcome my inherent weaknesses while remaining a good person, kind of thing.
But you can't. Well,
in anime, you can. It's the magical world of imagination, Taylor. You know, it's
Maybe
like
you can. I just wanted to shit on you.
anybody who thinks that I'm an ESTP should just chat with Taylor for a while and then chat with me for a while. The differences are so obvious.
But it's hard to explain because a lot of them are visceral.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of them popped out in person.
Right.
I've realized that when
we play different things.
you and I talk, right? We do. When you and I talk like this, what's the analogy I used? I'm like, you're the pitching machine, and I'm the batting cage. You serve shit up, and I can hit it back. I'm not generating fuck all for ideas.
Right. Well, and I see this with my daughter too. When she's live streaming over here, she is doing a succession of responding to things in the chat that she determines are relevant, that she wants to answer. She sort of assesses each one, determines whether she wants to respond to it, it's addressed towards her. And if it's not, she moves on to the next thing. If people aren't going fast enough, she goes, okay, come on. Whereas I tend to get sidetracked. Bobby's son points out that I am better at shooting at geese than you are.
It was a terrible shot.
Well, that's only if hitting them was a goal. It was.
But you know what? Your bad shooting was still better than your walking in front of the AK-47.
Beck says, I'm not good at this type of stuff, and even I think Eric isn't an ESTP. He's definitely an intuitive. Yeah, but I mean, the thing is, it's understandable why one would mistake Taylor as an intuitive as well, because he's talking about the same sorts of things, right? It's like Taylor of Flow State has paid a visit over to Queen Gambit's channel. Ask him what he thinks of this inverse theory. Oh, does Queen's Gambit have an inverse theory?
Did he make a video about me?
I don't know.
To clarify, Queen's Gambit is the only person I've blocked. He is so goddamn annoying.
Bobby's son asks, hi, Flow State. Does every ESTP have an AK-47?
Bobby's son. I have owned 3 AK-47. I currently own so I'm not allowed any. So even if I did have an AK-47, I wouldn't admit it, but I don't.
I don't have any AK-47. The thing is, I must say, I would not be opposed to going and shooting guns again at some point, in my life. I rather enjoyed it.
Except bullets are fucking empty. Actually, when I was driving earlier and interacting in the live chat, I was on my back from sporting goods stores because even though I don't own guns, I can still make a little bit of money flipping bullets. Well, quite a bit of money. It's just sold out everywhere.
So were you saying that the stores are out of bullets or something?
Yeah. The whole country is.
Really?
Oh yeah. There's been more guns sold this last year. Everybody's getting ready for the Kamala Harris presidency. Everything's sold out. I went to 3 sporting goods stores and managed to scrounge up 5 boxes of 12 shells.
5 boxes of what?
12 gauge shells.
Oh. Those are for shotguns.
Yeah.
I see. Well, I have a gun here at the house. It's a 22 bolt action rifle. And my dad has it safely stored in the closet with the ammunition stacked next to it. So, old school style, I guess.
Well, getting older now.
I guess back in the day, it was just sort of standard as maybe because he's ex-military as well, that he'd have a firearm. I don't remember him really ever using it particularly for anything. He took me shooting one time at targets. And, it's also not what you'd call the most powerful gun in the world. 22 bolt action rifle, I think, is about as unpowerful a gun as you can get, as far as I know about guns. Is that true?
It's way up there with what you don't want to have to defend yourself with.
Right. Well, because you have to put bullets in one at a time, for one thing.
Yeah, and those things can bounce off a thick coat, or even a boot.
So it's not good against body armor.
Not gonna work. Having this that night, and one of them happened kind of right in front of me, and that dude just got poked right up underneath his plate carrier.
Wow, that's awful that this chaos occurred.
It is awful. I helped him find a medic. Winston's mom. I am careful. I'm not doing anything. It's perfectly legal for me to do what I'm doing.
Raphael says emotion is deception, and deception leads into hell. Why do you think emotions are deception? Why would emotions be deception?
What's Lauren calling me out on?
No, she's not calling you out on anything. She's calling Raphael out. Raphael is saying typical Raphael stuff, such as emotion is deception. Why in the world would emotion be deception? Like, if I'm sad because my dog died, what is that? How is that deceptive in any way?
You and your fucking dog.
Well, it's an example of emotion.
That was the first time I realized that you cried. I didn't know what to do with it.
Well, the thing is, there aren't a whole lot of contexts around here that are cry-inducing. It's usually when I'm watching shit, Any underdog sports story where, like, on ESPN, the underdog team, despite all the barriers against them, overcame them all and won the championship or something, like that shit, tears just streaming down my face. It's a real-time experience for me that is actually an absolute value. It should be for you as well, but you don't seem to have quite as fond a relationship with your emotions as I do with mine. Rachel likes how easy I am to read, I guess I don't feel the need to be difficult to read because I feel like, as it is, I'm trying to make you understand something generally, and if I'm easier to read, then I should be easier to understand.
Well, there's certainly some logic there.
There are unwanted emotions that people build defense mechanisms against. The idea of Plato's cave, the allegory of the shadows, explained this. So did Piaget in his theory of childhood development. Was Piaget a pianist? £7 is the only fiction that's ever made you cry. You need to watch Beaches. You need to watch Dying Young. I've never been interested at all in watching those kind of movies. My ex ESFJ wife, she used to watch that kind of stupid shit. Like, there are some movies for women that are designed to make them cry. Beaches being one of them, and Dying Young being another one. Why you'd choose to watch that kind of movie, I don't know. It's a mystery. Let's make a movie about lovers where one of them dies young. We'll call it Dying Young. And the story will be all about how much they love each other until one of them dies. That'll be the end. Why would you want to make that movie? What's the point? Just to depress people? Nobody knows the answer. If you had perfect peace, you would realize that you just go on. You go on just like that, and that is the right thing to do. So you're saying the right thing to do is to have no emotions? Why are you making this weird claim? Is that what you're trying to say? I mean, I don't think, for me, there's no peace to be made by controlling my emotions. My lack of peace doesn't usually come from emotion, but from wrongness, you know? Read the dog example, you say. Where you were too much into your dog. If you cry over their death, you feel pain because the dog gave your life purpose. Now it's gone. You're perceived because purpose is within you already. I mean, boy, there's a lot of assumptions there, right? So because I cried over the dog's death because I loved the dog. Not because the dog gave my life purpose. I didn't feel as though my life was purposeless when my dog died. I did not link my dog's existence to my purpose in any sense, way, or at all. I loved my dog and thus grieved.
The rest of us did.
And thus grieved when my dog died. It's as simple as that. I wasn't deceived at all by my emotions. That was the reality of things. When something or someone you love dies, you grieve. It's loss. Have I ever seen the movie Before You? Oh boy. No, I haven't seen the movie Before You. Raphael says, crying over someone's death is not for them, dude. It's for you. It's not love. It's mostly. Okay, so maybe it is for me. Maybe because I was very attached to the thing that I loved, I'm sad because it's gone. Why does that make it why does that invalidate it at all? Why is that a bad thing? Why is it bad to invest in people and entities in your life and to hold them precious? Why is holding something precious bad?
Well, if you can't do it without crying.
If you can't do it without crying, it's bad.
Maybe you should back it.
You are cutting out a lot, Taylor. I can barely hear you.
What about this?
Yeah, I can hear you better, yeah. Lauren Cuthbert, being at bipolar means that doesn't bother me that he compares it like that. What I'm saying is you seem to have a rather adversarial relationship with your own emotions, Raphael, and that's probably why you're generalizing this into a rule. But, you know, for somebody who's not experienced a lot of betrayal or loss, then it doesn't feel as though investing value and preciousness into something is inherently a bad thing. That's some good coffee. After a time, you may find that having is not so pleasing a thing after all, as wanting. It is not logical, but it is often true. Well, I mean, oh, Lauren, don't get me started on the pandemic. Shut up, Rizzle. How old are you, Eric? I am 49 years old. Suffering is part of the human experience, Raphael. I think that you've experienced suffering as well, and you've concluded that the solution to suffering is to feel nothing. And I'm telling you that if you were to succeed in your endeavor, you would not have a better life or a more realized human experience. You'd have a less realized human experience. And that's not a good thing. And Lauren Cuthbert, there's nothing offensive about what he's saying. It's just wrong. So let him be wrong. It's fine. Well, I mean, Raphael, I agree that emotion is not a good approach to responding to your bullshit, because you will tend to provoke people into emotional responses. Instead, a better response is the one that I am giving you, which is, what you're saying is silly. It doesn't make any sense. It's representative of somebody who's been hurt very badly, probably, and has seen attachment as leading only to suffering. Five stages of grief model, or the Kubler-Ross model, postulates those experiencing grief through a series of 5 emotions: denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance. I'm sorry for your loss as well, Lauren Cuthbert. Well, I agree. That's true. If you talk about death like it's nothing, you're going to piss people off. It's a tricky subject, though, because when we're talking about public policy, people tend to personalize stuff that needs to be looked at sort of demographically, and to demographicize stuff that needs to be looked at personally.
Yeah. When somebody drags, and I'm probably going to piss off Lauren, I don't mean to, but when somebody drags their personal painful experience over into a discussion on policy, they murkied that water.
Right.
It doesn't matter, and it doesn't matter to the public policy discussion what your personal experience is. We knew people died beforehand. We still know people died afterwards. So all that does is make it socially weird to continue an intellectually honest discussion.
I'm interested in determining the total numbers of deaths in the country for 2021. So what I want to know is, on average year, like say 2020, how many people died in that year? And in 2019, how many people died? 2018, 17, 2016, whatever. People die per year in America. I want to know, did 2020 produce a higher total number of deaths per year than the average year?
That number is shockingly hard to find.
And what I want to know is, including all deaths, including COVID deaths. So
it does not appear so.
I would guess that the total number of deaths in 2020 is lower than in an average year, because I suspect that although COVID claimed a certain amount of lives, that the amount of lives saved by simply forcing everybody to stay home vastly exceeded the amount of lives taken by COVID, would be my guess. That if we can find
economic fallout and solutions are going to be astronomical for years.
I mean, the thing is, of course, the problem with that reality is this: there are 400,000 deaths purportedly attributed to COVID. Probably half of those, at least, are meaningfully attributed to something else. That COVID was a straw that broke the camel's back, so to say. So in other words, those people probably would have died anyway, right? So if I'm right about that, then you're going to see lower numbers of deaths for this year than the average year. Yeah, I know. I've looked into this stuff, some Genexial, and like Taylor says, it's hard to find the exact pieces of data that I'm looking for, but because the numbers aren't.
We can find the number of flu cases in 2020, and flu went away. 98% decrease in flu in 2020.
Well, we also note that Italy lost the same number of people to the flu in 2015 or 2016 as it did to COVID in 2020. And Italy was supposedly the hotbed of shit, right? Where deaths were so outrageous. We can compare those stats and see it was only a few years ago that they lost just as many people to the flu. I'm not saying that people should feel any given particular way. I'm just saying we're faced now with an interesting reality that if the stats play out like I expect them to, then the logic that we've been using would suggest that we're justified in keeping everybody on a permanent stay-at-home order and shutting down all business and stuff because it's saving so many lives.
Which is a false premise to begin with, because we know that poverty is positively correlated with poor health.
Well,
so the more impoverished people are, the worse their health is. By putting the world into poverty, we're not improving health.
Right, but this is therein lies the distinction between sanctity of life versus quality of life. So the problem, what I'm trying to get at here, is it was actually Genexial is the same season. It was months from Mia to Mia. It's the same. It occurred during the same season as the flu season typically occurs in Italy. Anyway, so that's the point I'm trying to make, is that when we don't use limiting principles of some sort to guide our policy, as we didn't with COVID, then we end up with this clusterfuck of a disaster where if this is the logic we're going to be using, then it justifies anything, right? So what I said at the time, and I'll say again, is that the proper response to COVID should have been and remains put the onus on the individuals to take as much or as little precaution as they are so inclined to take. Let those who are in a vulnerable population take extraordinary precautions if they wish. Let those who don't believe themselves particularly vulnerable take no precautions if they wish. This is the natural state of things and the best way to deal with something like this. Now, at the same time, one has to acknowledge that if this were airborne Ebola and had a fatality rate of 30% or something, then these sort of measures would be justified. And that's a matter of understanding that we have to evaluate proportionality. So right off the bat, I said COVID-19 is a problem because they're exaggerating the fatality rates of it dramatically. And I was right about that, and so, regardless of what you think about COVID, one thing we should all agree on is that our approach to it was bad, that we should never have tried to centralize control over this matter, that the severity of the illness didn't justify it, the severity was exaggerated, that we based policy decisions on appeals to ignorance, what we don't know about it, rather than what we do know, that there was a apparent broad unspoken agreement to err on the side of over-significating this thing rather than under-significating it, that at some point the health officials became control of this narrative, and it's been an absolute disaster since. I mean, it's unprecedented. Legends fall, you were correct. Calling COVID-19 a pandemic just neuters the word pandemic. I've never been more disappointed in the human race in my life as in response to this fucking fake pandemic. Well, the thing is, this is absolutely unprecedented. There's no other instance of anything like this ever happening in the history of humankind, where the whole world shuts down in agreement over bullshit, over hysteria. It's not that COVID doesn't kill people. It's that our response to it was bad, right? Thank you for loving my shirt. If you can always just block Raphael, Lauren Cuthbert. You don't have to listen to him. Just block him if you don't like him. A lot of people don't like Raphael. He tends to come in here and be combative and abrasive and stuff. He doesn't have to be. He could be pleasant instead, Raphael. Instead of pushing Lauren Cuthbert away. Although it may be some of my policy discussion about COVID right now. The thing is, of course, the question is, if we had taken an approach where you put the onus on the individual, how many more deaths would there be than the current approach that we've taken? That's a difficult question to answer, right? Probably the COVID extreme lockdown camp, in some sense, was responsible for saving some lives short term. But to say that we always prioritize sanctity of life over quality of life is a very, very poor metric.
I mean, before you even get to the numbers, you have to ask yourself, even ethically, if, regardless of the numbers, who has the right to impose what on whom?
Right. Well, I mean, the thing is this, that from a pragmatic perspective, if this were airborne Ebola and a genuine lockdown quarantine could actually put an end to it, then you'd have to probably place some of those rights concerns secondary, which is why I'm not making them primary.
Sure. But that would make sense. I mean, when would it make sense to impose a lockdown? When people are not aware of the risks. I assume it makes sense when we need to stop people to get more information. I don't see at any point where you can say, well, you're forbidden from risking yourself.
Okay, well, see, here's the thing. I think quarantines are justified if you can quarantine a locality and successfully isolate the disease there and prevent it from escaping that area. So to the extent that can happen, like if a new disease broke out in Los Angeles County and they wanted to lock down Los Angeles County and make sure nobody comes in and out of Los Angeles County for the next month, and it successfully eliminates spread of this thing and localizes it to the population, then it seems to be that it's justified to quarantine that local population for that justification. This was never the case with COVID. It was never the case that we were going to successfully isolate it, given all the facts that we were told right off the bat. It's going to be impossible. I said it right off the bat. If they're right about it, with a long incubation period and the tendency of some people who have it to show no symptoms, the spread of it is inevitable. No matter how much you try to lock down or quarantine, forget about it. It's over. It's too nefarious a virus in that sense to be successfully dealt with via that strategy. So at that point, the emergency strategy that's sometimes okay for localities to isolate something is no longer justifying anything.
You got some Tweety birds around you.
Yeah, I live in a very wildlife-ish area. In October, the CDC issued a report saying that as of October 15th, there had been 299,000 excess deaths was 2/3 of those.
You mad bro is absolutely right. The lockdowns were about it was about economics.
I mean, I don't think there was no, it just doesn't make any sense, because look at how all the different localities dealt with it differently. So it's there's no central authority making a decision here. It is best explained as mass hysteria.
Well, globally you've got almost the whole world operating in sync with lockdowns, mask mandates on an unfathomable level. Did everybody do it exactly the same? No, but did everybody shut down small businesses? Yeah, basically.
Okay, but like
to one degree
when I traveled to Washington to visit Hambone earlier in the year with Rachel, in California, we were very much limited in what we could do. As we got to what's called Jefferson County, or Jefferson State, the state of Jefferson, which is actually Northern California, which wants to secede. They no longer, they didn't have any of those rules, and you could go into anywhere. When we got to Oregon, they didn't have any of those rules. When we got to Washington, they didn't have any of those rules.
Right.
And so it's
but
like
what? But if you look across the board, what do people seem to be implementing to one degree or another? People talk about masks. People talk about shutdowns. Massive shutdowns.
I agree, but that doesn't. But we have good reason to think that this was not decided by some puppet master.
Of course we don't. What good reason do we have for that?
Well, because of the way it's played out so haphazardly. In other words, you could imagine that some puppet master said, let's empower these particular health official ideologues to have control of the narrative for as long as we can. You could conceivably imagine that happening. But the actual response of the various peoples of the world is largely unpredictable.
No, it's not. It hasn't been unpredictable.
I failed to predict it.
You get left governors, you get left medical advisors, mayors, whoever you can. If you look at where open societies put that George Soros money this last round of elections, it was in local and state officials, some DAs as well.
I mean, I agree that the so-called left took this as an opportunity to fight back against what they considered disinformation from the right. And they believed themselves to be in possession of good information and taking the scientific approach to things. Of course, they weren't, because we're talking about analysts here, not meta-analysts.
I was reading the chat. I wasn't paying attention.
That's fine.
But I mean, it just, they tell you themselves they want a global reset with a digital currency. The World Economic Forum is shockingly open about it. Now, they don't say, oh, we planned the coronavirus pandemic, but they do say, this coronavirus pandemic has presented us a fantastic opportunity for the fourth industrial revolution, so we can reimagine the way everybody across the world lives. If you just look at the globalists' own websites, they're right on top of it. If you look at the way wealth has moved over the last year, it's decimated small business. It's wiped out middle America, and the top 10 retailers have all just gobbled up that market share. Your Walmarts, your Targets, your Amazon is a
I'm aware of all this. I agree with everything you're saying about outcomes. But the thing is, the problem is you keep playing who benefits and who wants this.
Right.
And I keep pointing out that's not the way things work. The system is there are too many variables in order for heuristic predictive mechanisms to work. And the idea
there really aren't that many variables.
And the way the power moves, in other words, wells of power do not necessarily agree with one another.
Well, the power moves through the CD. Well, yeah, it's not been perfect, but it's been damn close. It goes to the UN. It goes to the World Health Organization.
So who decided to release the virus?
Well, depending on if it's a real virus, if it's been released, there's a lot of ifs there.
It has.
But this whole thing is a UN, United Nations push. It's Davos. It's the World Economic Forum. All part of getting us on track for the 2050 New World Order.
All right. Well, I don't want to argue NI shit.
God damn it.
Because it always boils down to the same argument. You're making NI links and NI conclusions, and I'm saying those aren't adequately justified to be sustained. And so it doesn't matter. We're never going to see eye to eye on it exactly. I understand that there are lots of ways, and this is very much like typing Eric, right? There's almost infinite amount of data that you could refer to type me. In other words, you could watch all those videos and type me accordingly. But people who want to type me as Mia will find the videos that support that position. People who want to type me as Mia will find videos that support that position. You can make NI arguments in shit tons of different ways, and they'll be largely equal to each other because they share one thing in common. They're holistic truths that don't parse down into deductively establishable things. It's too much about motivations. And of course, Beta Quadra thinks that, under considers SI. There are a lot of SI people in the world who have their own experiences driving their way of being. And that are not playing this NI game.
Well, it's impossible to think that the world's most powerful political people and best scientific minds are also fucking stupid that they accidentally made everything worse, collapsed the economy, and made a few bazillionaires, uber bazillionaires, all at the same time. Like, I just think that it's hard to trip up that many flights of stairs.
I mean, I think you're giving the intelligence of people way too much credit who are in power. You
have to look at the way wealth has moved during the lockdown. That tells you everything. If you accidentally got to that point, I don't know what to tell you. Like, sign me up for some of that dumb luck.
I mean, no, it's not gotcha hoods brew. I'm deciding whether I want to continue arguing or not.
Bite me, pussy.
Look, so there have been a lot of specific individuals and a lot of organizations that have been harmed by this, right? Why not attribute this to some group that wants revenge on some of those groups that have been harmed?
What do you mean?
Well, we could point to infinite number of different groups, subgroups, sets of people or individuals who've been harmed by the response to COVID, right?
Sure.
So why is it more likely that those who benefit from it are responsible for it rather than someone who's looking for revenge?
Against the losers?
Right. Against some party of the losers. Somebody who doesn't care what happens to everybody else as long as they get revenge on Mia. Why isn't that a possible motivation?
So we're going with the agent of chaos opportunity. This is the Joker, Heath Ledger's Joker.
Or just somebody who specifically wants revenge, let's say, on the restaurant industry because they were treated badly as an employee at a restaurant.
Because that would take, well, in the example you just gave, it's one single actor, and it's a nobody. It's not several actors who also happen to be the most powerful and rich people in the world who could actually get together and leverage that. if I get pissed off at, say, law enforcement as an industry, big fucking deal.
So what about China?
Yeah.
Maybe China wants to kill America's economy, so they've released it.
I think China does want to kill America's economy, and it's
So
they're
what?
working with the UN. They're working with the UN, so the UN covered for them. It's my belief, and I don't have a shitload of evidence right offhand for this, but it's my strong belief that China is the test run for how the globalists want to run the world.
Okay, but why would we conclude that that it's more likely that China was working with a larger conspiracy to attain their goal rather than independently?
Because you can see the way that the UN has enabled them the whole way through, and it is seizing every opportunity to capitalize on this. There's nothing at all even closely resembling friction.
Okay, so
between the two,
I mean, globalization is all well and good, but the thing is, it seems most likely that it was a lab release from China, based on the evidence that I've seen, and that's a reasonable conclusion to draw. Okay. Now,
right.
Whether it was an intentional or accidental release is very difficult to have any evidence about directly. Okay. But the fact is, China wouldn't need to engage the United Nations in order to execute this plan. So you're adding an additional level of complexity that they don't need to. They're already motivated to, presumably. They don't need to include the UN or any other Western actors, because as soon as you include more people, your conspiracy gets more difficult to sustain. In China, which is rather authoritarian, you could potentially sustain that conspiracy without any information about it getting out.
Do you think that the UN, or I'm sorry, do you think China could effectively suppress the world on its own? Or do you think it would need at least the passive cooperation of the UN?
I mean,
and vice versa, Do you think the UN?
So what would the UN need to tacitly cooperate in?
Well, cover up the virus. I mean, the whole way through, whether it's the pandemic and covering up the virus, or the way it's in the Paris Climate Accord, China's completely off the hook for all carbon reductions until, for like, what, 10 years, I think? It's the worst polluter of all. So all the way through the layers of UN involvement in individual countries, China is getting preferred treatment while being the worst human rights offenders since maybe before Nazi Germany. Like, they're getting the carpet rolled out.
Okay, well, I still don't see the advantage of China explicitly including the UN in their plans here. I mean, isn't China playing the UN? It's not the other way around.
Oh, I think it's the other way around. I don't think it's that clean of a situation.
It's certainly not as clean as the situation within China by itself.
Correct.
So wouldn't it make more sense to just put it on China?
It would, but it doesn't. It doesn't sufficiently explain the UN's participation, the World Economic Forum's participation, all the Western entities that are at play.
Well,
there's too many people in the West doing too much shit, and too involved in this to just dismiss them as non-participants. It would be simpler.
I mean, I think the whole thing is predicated on a wrong frame of reference to begin with, and I think trying to attribute too much of what's happened to agents is a fundamental attribution fallacy. It's like most shit that happens is not the intended outcome of a given set of actions or a given organization's actions. Most stuff that happens is much more difficult to explain than that. That's what I believe.
Sure. I mean, the execution is never as pretty as the plan.
I mean, I don't.
But still,
if there was a plan to do this, the thing that makes the most sense to me, and seems to make the most logical sense.
Well, there is a plan. There are plans, though.
Okay, but let me put it this way: if this virus release was intentional and part of a plan, then the person who's making the plan must have had very broad and vague desired outcomes, or it didn't play out as they expected. One of those two possibilities.
Why do you think that? Well, I don't think it's unplanned.
Because of the way that complex multivariate systems work. They're not predictable by heuristics like this. It's bad thinking. It doesn't have to be a plan. It has to be directed by a motive. Okay, so that's the key. That's the key in my fourth claim that I keep running afoul of. You want to frame this as motivated by some parties rather than a clusterfuck of mutual and multiple parties being wrong in various specific ways, which just collaborate incidentally into this clusterfuck of nonsense, which is a much more likely explanation in my book. Because people are wrong in so many different ways. Shockingly wrong in so many different ways. So there are parties that are wrong in the way that ESTPs are always wrong, which is it's got to be about motivations. INFJs are wrong the same way. Beta Quad is wrong in this way. It's got to be about motivations. There's some motivated party, there's some universal, thing like greed or behind this, and there's people and parties behind this, and it's driven by something.
No, there is. That's what pushes economics, politics, everything throughout human history. It always has. Just because SI users don't like that unpleasant reality and prefer to ignore it and live in fairy tale land doesn't mean that's more likely to be true. It just means it's a more pleasant.
No, because they're people in the system too. So they have impact on the system. So in fact, some of these rich, dominant elite types are SI types who have their own way of knowing things that doesn't conform to the other dominant elite types.
Hold on, real quick. I gotta smack Winston's mom. Winston, mom, get that fucking Snopes bullshit out of there. I don't know why Snopes, which is controlled, just don't ever quote Snopes. Look up the original PDF and make a decision for yourself. Don't have Snopes be the third-party middleman going, oh no, this has been debunked. No, it fucking hasn't.
Okay. So the thing is, I agree that I've been a little frustrated with the way that the media has dealt with certain things. For example, the media had, for quite some time, portrayed the lab release notion as a myth or a conspiracy theory rather than at least equally valid and legitimate conclusion to draw. Now, I've done all the research on it myself, and I've concluded that the media was being disingenuous. And in looking at it, I saw what happened. They're being lazy. They keep quoting the same two scientists who say it's definitely natural, but the reasons they give are bullshit. That number one, no one would be creative enough to be able to come up with this approach because there's nothing corollary. There's no corollary in nature. And then two, this is 96% similar, which isn't even similar. But note what they're not doing. They're not lying about it. They're just framing it incredibly badly.
I mean, if you want to dismiss it that way, but that doesn't account for why then all the opposing views were being so actively censored and edited out of the discussion the whole time across the board on every digital and mainstream platform there is.
Well, it started out that way and got less so. And the reason is because there was an overreaction to an earlier reality that was also a serious problem, namely different disinformation spreading by social media about bullshit, you know, and that wasn't. And the thing is,
Mom, what the fuck are you doing with these middlemen to truth? People can look at the goddamn thing themselves and read it them fucking selves without having a mouthpiece debunk it for them. Jesus fucking Christ. You should read the thing yourself. Don't Google somebody else's opinion. Read the actual document. Make your own decision.
Taylor,
it's that fucking simple. Everybody should do. Nobody should be looking for a shortcut.
She's TE Tool. You don't impose your TI Tool frame on everybody. TE Tool people don't do that. They don't approach it that way. And well, yes, we think they should. We think they should. I agree.
Well, you do plan on reading the plan, but first you're going to scumbag up the whole comments and make sure that
she is not scumbagging up anything. Okay, she is not scumbagging up anything. She is using an approach that you don't like, and let's try to keep it civil.
I'm being civil.
Yeah,
I'm being passionately civil. Snopes scumbags the world up. Snopes and scumbags.
Does anybody have the stats for how many bombs each president dropped? That's a good question. Skate economy. It's a very good question. I would guess probably Franklin Delano Roosevelt wins. Wouldn't you guess?
Lauren, don't apologize for me. Winston's mom can tell me to shut the fuck up if she wants to on her goddamn own. Me and Winston's mom go way back. I've even made a video just for Winston's mom. She was wrong about country.
So the reason information is curated is because there's simply too much information for people to pay attention everywhere all at once. So Dulles 1969 has a good point, which is to say, not everybody can spend the time to.
Then I'll talk to whoever I want, however I want, Lauren. Suck my dick.
Not everybody has the time or capacity or attentional manners to parse out everything themselves. So they rely on somebody that they trust to do that. Hopefully, I'm a somewhat trusted source, and I try to.
Should not be Snopes.
I'm not Snopes, but
that's no, you're not. Okay, I'm gonna shut my fucking mouth now. Unless Lauren tells me to shut my fucking mouth, then I'll have to talk more.
The thing is, I'm not Snopes, and I don't position myself as somebody who thinks it's a good idea to always, fact check everything and give it a status of true, mostly true, blah, 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 blah. The fact is, there are a lot of things that what we should really classify them as are either, reasonable positions, assuming assumptions meow or meow, or unreasonable assuming assumptions meow or meow. Occasionally, there'll be things that you can factually ascertain in determinate fashion. So, but if you look at the issue of lab release, is it lab release or natural? The preponderance of the evidence suggests lab release. It's not something that you can defend as determinate, however, at the moment. And probably we will not be able to ever say it's absolutely determinate. However, the longer we go without figuring out what the animal link is, the more likely it becomes lab release, in my opinion. So eventually it becomes nearly certain that it's a lab release. Because for every other instance of a cross-species viral transfer, they've been able to identify the animal source. And the closest they can find for this one is a bat at 96%, which is not close at all. The virus, 96% is not close at all in viruses. It's extraordinarily far away. So,
not to mention it happened in Wuhan, which is
at a lab where they're working on that shit. Yeah, exactly.
Right. Like, what are the chances that bat soup sprung into an airborne disease at the place?
Additionally, you should not ignore the behavior of the Chinese, which was suspicious to say the least. They engaged in a pattern of obfuscation of disappearing scientists and so forth that is highly suggestive of ill intent and bad behavior. So whether or not it was accidental or purposeful is another question. I read an interesting article by somebody who had a very, I'd say, sophisticated relationship with his understanding of intelligence agencies. And his position on it was that the intelligence agencies generally know this was lab released, and that's why there have been limited comments about it from intelligence agencies. Now, that's not a very convincing reason in and of itself, but this guy was extremely careful in his argumentation. And so he was the first to admit that this is not determinate, but it's nevertheless, because he was so careful in his argumentation, I trust that guy's instincts a little bit. So there's that as well. I think the intelligence agencies know that this was not a naturally released virus.
I think broadly, part of where we are disagreeing is I think that you build out from a position where people are acting agnostically, almost without self-interest.
No, I assume that people's self-interest.
More.
I think that people's self-interests don't align nearly as much as you assume they do. The rich people's self-interests don't align. You're assuming that because they share some quality called being rich and powerful, that they want the same thing. I don't believe that's the case.
That may be true, but I think enough of them do.
And then there's enough of them that are the opposite, that want the opposite thing, though. So it's like, it may be the case that some factions win over some other factions, but in that case, then they win partial battles and shit doesn't go the way they plan. And, you know, there's always vectors competing against each other. It's the fundamental reason why we should have a principled approach to policy before a utilitarian calculus is done. In other words, first determine whether something's principled. Because if we're making policy decisions based on predictions, our predictions, no matter how good we are with our NI and our predicting, are only going to be sometimes or partially true. And we're better off making sure that the thing we do is morally acceptable or justified or principally acceptable. And then we can do the utilitarian calculations and predict that this is going to produce good outcomes. If it doesn't, at least we didn't do anything wicked.
Winston's mom, that guy is in solitary confinement. Or he's in solitary. He's not in general population. He's way too big of a target as is. And he's probably not getting a very consistent vegan diet. Although they do, in theory, have them available at all jails.
Well, since I'm in jail, I really want my food to be shitty
well,
too.
I think that your moral tisking is gross and lacks self-awareness. So
who's tisking?
Lauren's still tisking down there. She's been tisking for hours. First she was tisking about the person who's about COVID. Now she's tisking about how I speak to Winston's mom. Like Winston's mom and I have known each other forever.
But Taylor, listen.
I can get frustrated with Winston's mom without Lauren Cuthbert tisking all over the place.
But Taylor, Lauren Cuthbert is my ENFP that I'm trying to get along with. We should all have one.
Well, I choose a different one. Where's Nate?
That's fine, Lauren Cuthbert. Mm-hmm. You know, look, the thing is,
tisk. She's splooshing tisks all over the place while she prances out the door.
Just kidding.
You go, girl. You don't deserve that.
Splooshing tisks. You know, I want to invite everybody to an upcoming vaginal blood sploosh splash party. Goodbye, Lauren Cuthbert. I'm sorry that you got driven away by all the TI tool.
She tissed herself right out the fucking door. Nobody made her get all up in other people's business or get all butthurt or get all tisky.
Well,
Raphael
provoked her with his bullshit, and she got a little triggered by Raphael. Raphael, will you stop being a dick to everybody, please?
You know what? She just continued a downward spiral into the land of self-important shaming and tisking. Get the fuck out of here. What?
Taylor, I've really tried to become a nicer person over the years. You know, I try to.
Well, and look how people like this are taking advantage of it.
She is not taking advantage of it.
Stomping all over the
She is not taking advantage of it. She's trying to have a pleasant conversation, and she's getting attacked by Raphael and now by you. Now, I grant she's doing a little testing.
She's trying to tell us how to talk. Get your own fucking life.
She's not telling you how to talk, is she? I don't think so.
Well, she's telling me how to talk to Wes's mom.
Oh. Okay, well.
Yeah, she totally is. Now Diamond's telling me how to talk. Fuck.
No, she's telling you you're too hot. She's telling you chill.
Okay, fair enough.
A little different.
I got a oosha. Oosha.
Maybe I'll play a folk song for us all to get along well. Would you guys like that? You want me to play Kumbaya?
By the way, if you guys have not subscribed to me, you should check out FlowState. I'm blocked for a week because I got another strike or something. Except for Lauren Cuthbert, she's not invited to subscribe.
What did you get another strike for? Bullying?
Oh, they're going back through my old shit. It's always the same thing. It's bullying.
That's what I got my warning for, is bullying. Bullying C.S. Joseph.
Who's Little Tay?
Lil Tay?
Katie Bird is good.
I guess you're Lil Tay. That's your rapper name, Lil Tay. Lil Tay Gigantic. If you want to know why.
Oh my God, Legends Falls is right. The ENFP Facebook group is something else. Like, I enjoy it because they know how to rock a slutty selfie thread. But besides that, like, it's you gotta like leave the group periodically. It's like look and leave. It's too much. It's too much bad TI.
Bobby's son, what's your question in relation to? It says, for calling Eric a narcissist. Who? Taylor? Well, it was a popular video of his.
Oh yeah, it is.
It gets a lot of views.
It turns out narcissism is a popular search term.
Yeah. And is Eric, Bobby's son wants to know if you got a strike for calling me a narcissist. If that's
no. It's all political stuff.
Oh, okay.
It's my political rantings, but they always call it bullying and like cyberbullying, which is absurd. Oh, my daughter, Little Tay, she's good as well.
Yeah, that's still among your video about me being a narcissist.
Look, a leaf.
Your video about me being a narcissist is still among the top search results for host Eric.
Is it?
Oh yeah, on both Google and YouTube.
I'll jiggle that around.
It's fine. Leave it. It's fine. I don't care. It's fine.
I mean, I don't want to keep scumbagging you. I think I got my point out and across like 2 years ago when I made that video.
Well, I mean, I feel the same way about it now as I do then. I just see it as fourth slot in eye, Taylor getting bamboozled by Becky.
No, I got bamboozled by you.
By me? How did I bamboozle?
By you. You dragged us into it. I was not involved in this shit at all until you're like, well, Taylor's getting titty pics from Becky and blah, blah, blah.
When did I say that?
Luckily.
When did I say that?
Huh?
When did I say that?
Well, in one of the live streams you deleted. But that's why I got mad, because you dragged me into it. You put me on blast.
Did I really say that, or did she say that? Did I really say that, or did she say I said that? I didn't even know that was the case.
Said it. I saw it in your video. Yeah, no. I heard it straight from your mouth. And
I mean, the thing is,
luckily,
if I said that,
because you put me on a front street, that is bad bro code.
That's my bad then. If I said that, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was.
But that doesn't make me a narcissist. That means I made a mistake about saying something about you.
That makes you a douchebag who violated bro code.
I mean, it makes me a person who was naive and needed to learn that specific rule, because I thought that you were kind of proud of that stuff. I misunderstood how it played out.
Right. So, in the future.
Yeah. Well, that's my bad.
Yeah. Anyways, well, that's what got me into the conversation.
Listen, let me defend myself a little bit for Freddie Forgiato, who's saying "damn violation." The thing is, from an ENTP's perspective, who doesn't tend to talk about that kind of stuff or position that stuff as part of his overall identity, to me, it seemed as though Taylor was front and forward and proud enough of his success, reproductive success, let's say. So I misunderstood that as meaning he was open about it, and I stand corrected.
And I just lost my train of thought.
Eric is not a narcissist. He just has a strong desire to fit in. He actually has strong morals, which seem through the lens of YouTube anyway. I believe myself have just strong morals. And I also agree I have a strong desire to fit in.
See, I don't remember clearly that well, all the ins and outs, but I do remember walking away thinking, well, yeah, and I don't mean this derogatorily. I think you were approaching this situation incredibly narcissistically. I don't think it's an umbrella term, but whatever was going on in the works on this whole situation,
I mean,
seemed like
the fact is, you got fooled by Becky.
You
got fooled by Becky, and the fact is, the future has proven since that moment that I was right about Becky the whole time, and that there was no 50-50 about it at all. That woman's a narcissist.
Oh, yeah.
And so that a narcissist got me entangled in shit that seemed narcissistic is not surprising. But you can attribute that primarily to my sort of outraged naivety and assumption of goodness that was, dismantled before my eyes.
You know what? Maybe we just step away from the whole situation, because I don't think anybody was. Yeah, you're starting to pat yourself on the back, and
I'm not patting myself on the back, but it was clear as day. There was no 50-50 there. This was because, look, this woman has.
I mean, it was.
She emailed my father threatening to sue him.
She didn't trick you into things. She
emailed my father.
Huge mess out of it.
She emailed my father months later threatening to sue him.
Right, I know. In hindsight, she for sure has some of that cluster too. But she didn't start this shit. You started this shit. This was your shit, baby.
Taylor, you weren't there.
No, I wasn't.
I'm gonna play a song on the guitar.
Yeah. It's called Eric put Taylor on blast for getting titty pics without even knowing if Taylor's girlfriend knew about it and was cool with it.
That's my bad. That was my bad. Genuinely being thoughtless and naive. And I'm sorry about that.
Forgiven.
I can honestly say that was just incredible carelessness on my part, not ill intent.
I believe that.
Here we go. I'm going to play a song now. Just brooding here won't do any good, but brooding's more and more my style. I seek the cheery ways of standing where we stood, 'cause I've been stuck here a while. And that's despite a natural selfishness that makes it easy to have fun. What flutters in the gut become a fist as all my visions come undone. I tried to stream distracting from the afternoon away, but heavy new reality is breaking every day, and for a bit I am out of it. Reason still unsaid, still I need to get out of me. What's inside my head? It seems like everybody's so sensitive, so ready to just get mad. I seek the civil ways of living like a kid, 'cause who wants to be the dad? Scrolling down. Have we lost our sense of scope and scale? Our capacity to laugh? The sense to know when not to wail and have typical and calf. I tried to stream distracting during the afternoon away, but heavy new reality bear down on every day, and for a bit I am out of it. For reasons still unsaid, still I need to get out of me. What's inside my head? And so I'm sad, so sad for me, sad for her unhappily. And what you call sorrow, I call sad for me, sad for her, unhappily. And what you call sorrow, I call home. Blues that sing you down to the bone. There. Now we're sad. Is everybody feeling sad now?
I'm trying to figure out if Leaf Trimmer is trying to bait or if Leaf Trimmer believes Leaf Trimmer. I think it's cheap bait.
Leaf Trimmer tends to argue with a lot of people. He's actually serious when he's saying what he usually says. Usually, he just has some, I guess, confrontational positions. He's definitely somebody who likes to go back and forth with people. How would you self-describe, Leaf Trimmer? That you like to go back and forth with people? That you find a lot of things worth arguing about, or what? I mean, generally you are when your positions are actual. And he will, Leaf Trimmer is somebody who typically will accept if you win on a clear TI point. And he'll go like, okay, I guess you're right about that. Which is something most people don't do.
You don't normally get that out of trolls.
So, you don't normally get that out of non-trolls even.
That's true. I didn't get that out of Lauren earlier.
So that's one thing that I always got to give Leaf Trimmer props for is he tries to avoid getting caught, but when you do catch him, he'll admit it, which is nice. It's frustrating as a TI tool user that so few people want to engage like that, right? So how are you feeling emotionally lately, Taylor? Are you feeling kind of depressed by the state of affairs?
I don't know. Kinda, probably. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, every problem is an opportunity, I guess.
Do you feel like your life's different in a way that there are aspects of the way things were that you miss or that weigh on you?
Say that again.
Do you think that, given the sort of change in the state of the world, are there aspects of the way things were that you miss or that weigh on you heavily?
Well, yeah, but not mostly on my daughter's behalf. I mean, she's what, 10?
Uh-huh.
I don't like her having to grow up in the middle of this bullshit.
Right. Do you think that you spend more time online now that it's post-COVID than you did before?
Probably not. I mean, I have been spending more time online in the last month since I've been unemployed, but even that sort of goes in waves.
Do you watch a lot of stuff? You consume media, or you?
I listen to YouTube and BitChute videos and podcasts. I listen to shit constantly. I almost never sit down and watch things.
Interesting. And do you mostly listen to talking stuff, or do you listen to music, or what?
Both.
Yeah. We usually listen to music in the car, and we'll watch stuff here, you know. Bobby's son wants to know if you know what type your daughter is. Flow state.
Yeah, she's an ESTP. She doesn't know that, and I, don't expose her to this stuff. I don't think typology is good to know about before you're developed. But yeah, she's quite a lot like me.
I think it depends on the kid, maybe. My ENTP kid, it's like the only way he can understand me explaining to him stuff is by explaining it to him via cognitive functions, really. So when I say to him, you need to use more NI, and you need to be more concise, and what that means, and why he has trouble with that, and why he has trouble with me, and why he finds some things easier. It gives him a frame of reference that he can self-analyze, because being FI polar and NE rather than SE means you don't have any sort of physical reference point to understand yourself, The only physical reference points you have to understand yourself are weaknesses. Like, I know I'm weak in my SI body, that I have a low tolerance for discomfort, for example. And I know I'm hit and miss on my externalities, like follow through on plans and stuff like that, So as an ENTP, I'm trying to get this debater to understand he needs to prioritize the NI he keeps ignoring, because he loves to make whatever new argument comes to him rather than the one that we prepared.
Ask him what's the point. Just keep asking him what's the point.
That's good NI right there. Good NI, NE. Good NE, so that I will get the NI of it. So,
yeah, you don't have to. He doesn't have to understand that he's trying to find the NI. Just keep asking him what's the point, and it'll put him back on track.
The funny thing is, I did that last night with an essay he was writing. I do that some in debate, but you're right. I need to keep bringing it back to that central question. What is the point? Because with this essay, of course, the challenge with the essay is he's given this bullshit assignment to write about a particular poem in this book called The Poet X. Okay, it's a poetry book about like a young Dominican Republic girl, Catholic, who is growing up in Harlem and who is worried about getting pregnant and stuff like that, right? So anyway, the teacher's assigned this assignment to identify some aspect of some poem and then link it to his personal life. And I say, so, what's the problem here is, what's the point of this? It's like, and the answer is, there is no point to this. How do you identify with a girl in this poetry book? You don't. You are a Chinese ninth grader who's the son of two parents who play in the LA Philharmonic. You do not identify with this Dominican pregnancy worrying Catholic girl from Harlem. And
I was just looking at the Harmonix 2001 silver coins that were being minted. Thought you should bring them up.
Okay.
I didn't know where the harmonic was from until now. Obviously, I'm not going to buy them because there's better silver dollars.
Well, I mean, the thing is, Raphael, if you want to post-mortem that, it came down to I'm done arguing the NI perspective of this. I'm claiming SI, particularist knowledge, and exclusivity over it, but not entirely subjective. But in other words, there's a set of people there, and at that point, that's the end of the conversation because he doesn't have SI equivalent answers, and so whether or not that's determinant or not is up to you to decide. So, Raphael, even when you post-mortem shit, you post-mortem it provocatively, right? You can post-mortem shit honestly. You don't have to be provocative about everything. Eventually, if you drive enough people away, I will actually ban you just on a practical level, even though you're not. I mean, you're more unpleasant than you are a problem, I guess.
That's so like accidentally condescending.
Yeah, well, look, so what Raphael tried to do there was return to the conversation that ended prior to me playing a song between me and Taylor. And he tried to frame it as Taylor was laying out what he knew to be right and gave Eric a massive silence to fill it up with his side. He chose to play a song to tell us what he wanted to say. Well, that's not actually how it played out. So he laid out what he knew to be right. Then I made a claim about the exclusive access to SI data, namely particularistic knowledge. And he said, that's true. And then there was a silence. And then I played a song. So if you're going to post-mortem it, do it honestly. Right? You see why that's annoying to me? I don't ban people. I ban almost nobody. Why is it that this place is full of so much conflict? Because I'm very slow to ban people. Raphael, do you get what my problem is with the way you post-mortems that? Raphael, respond to me. Do you see what the problem is with the way you post-mortem that? Now that you call a straw man. That's just how you perceived it. And I was talking to Lawnmower. That's just how you perceived it. I mean, but that's just okay. If you're going to prioritize how you perceive things versus over how they actually are, then you're saying facts don't matter to you at all. I mean, the thing is, I'm very slow to ban people, so don't think I'm ban happy or something. I'm just saying Raphael has successfully driven away Lauren Cuthbert this morning. I'd like this place to be somewhat tolerant of FI people, so it's just constantly not TE people hating TI and TI people hating TE.
Look, my girlfriend is an FI dom, so I think that makes me the expert.
I agree.
And so that means that Lauren was out of fucking line through and through, regardless of her functions, or how much sand was crammed up into her crevices.
Okay. Can you focus on MBTI too much? I mean, if you mean cognitive functions,
Yes.
Sure, you could. I talk about all kinds of stuff around here, including cognitive functions. But I didn't threaten to force you to leave, okay? It's like saying I might have to ban you. It's not the same thing.
Maybe we should ask Snopes if you threatened to force him to leave.
It's not the same thing as threatening to force you to leave. You know, I have the capacity to ban a given account.
Ask Snopes, shortcut having to think.
You know, it's just you are pretty like you tend to make me go like this, ay, 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 with my hands. New conspiracy, MBTI is a hoax. Perpetrated
That would
by...
take so many channels cooperating together. Well, Snopes said it. Raphael, you're a bridge troll. You're a hairy fucking bridge troll.
What's the difference between a bridge troll and a regular troll?
How much you have to pay it.
What do you have to pay a bridge
And when
troll?
you encounter it.
What's the point in which it affects your behavior and perception of yourself? Well, it really depends on how you approach your...
When you're trying to cross the bridge.
Well, this question is about cognitive function analysis. So, for some people, it doesn't really impact them at all because they don't understand or view the ideation as predominant in constructing their sense of self. So, for example, regardless of typology, there are going to be some people who tend to know about themselves via their own experience primarily, rather than via external information. Those people who primarily know about themselves via their own experience are going to reject the idea of being any type at all. And they're not going to like the idea that they could be boxed in that fashion, perhaps, whereas other people, they find the capacity to do certain kinds of analysis that's enabled by this particular linguistic tool that we use to shorthand meanings and stuff, to be an effective way to understand themselves and other people. It really depends on how you approach information. The media is still going to cover Trump, though. Well, I mean, they'll cover him as long as people are interested in reading articles about him, I guess. Eric, do you think MBTI types were implemented in ancient times under a different label? I mean, the thing is, people have tried to articulate systems of personality for a long time. One of the problems is most early systems of personality tried to attribute not just personality, but the cause thereof. So that's what astrology and all the various kind of systems like that try to do. They say, we recognize that people have different personalities and we want to account for those different personalities, but we think we have to account for them by explaining where they came from. It's a very TE assumption that you have to deal with things causally. So if you instead say, okay, individuals are beings moving through time, executing sets of processes as they both engage with the external world and retract from it consciously, then we get to a spot where we can try to taxonomy that and figure out exactly how those attentional manners play out. And it turns out that when we do a thorough job of thinking about everything, that we have to respect the fact that there are 4 different fields that we can distinguish. One being this external metaphysical field, what you might call the external communicative field, where it's libraries and the internet and so forth, where you can treat information objects via a very specific kind of put, get, receive architecture, and things can be reduced to binaries. You have an internal metaphysical field that deals with the same kinds of things, but inside your own head. You've got an internal physical field that does things like have a stomach ache and feel tired and need to pee. You've got an external physical field that has objects you can bump into, things you can throw, ways that you can engage a shovel with the dirt, etc. So when once we establish that there are 4 distinct fields that we have to account for if we're going to try to determine the mechanics of attention, then we can recognize that attentional manners can be modeled in just the metaphysical structure, which is to say put, get, receive information interface in an interactive fashion as we are now. And that represents basically all the ways people pay attention. What we then can determine is that there are 2 styles for each of those ways of paying attention, one for static systems, which is the metaphysical stuff, and one for dynamic systems, which is the physical stuff. All this conforms with our observations and makes good sense. So it's a neat and tidy way of providing a model of how a human being moves through time, executing processes by treating those processes as functions that are either automatic, willful, or something else, you know. Do you think that experience is SI on the internal physical field? I think that SI, the thing is, each of these functions is basically native to 2 fields. So SI is native to the internal physical field and the internal metaphysical field. On the internal metaphysical field, it remembers what's happened before. On the internal physical field, it understands what's happening to your body in the real time. For NI, it's active on the internal metaphysical field and the external metaphysical field. In other words, you can know the truth of something in your head and not say it out loud. You can look at something externally and determine the truth of it. So NI operates on those 2 fields and so forth along the way. And that's how, well, look, it's best, Garrett Hurt, to call the fields communicative and experiential, okay? I have called them physical and metaphysical for a long time, and I regret having ever used those terms to begin with. I wish I had started with just communicative fields and experiential fields and stuck with it, because that allows us to understand that it's not so much physicality and metaphysicality that are the key distinctions there is causality and conditionality. In a causal world, things happen in real time, and you can't undo without doing something new. On conditional fields, things happen turn-based, like language, representational stuff on the communication field. So that's the key difference, really, is that we've got 2 ways of managing time. One is turn-based and one is real-time. And we've got to have functional approaches to each of those. And the configuration of functions represents a strategy that you have to dealing with what I would call the prime directive, which is to make the map and the territory match up, or map territory distance being as little of a problem for you as possible. The core prime directive is to make the map and territory as close together as possible. That is to say, have your communicative world match your experiential world. FI is a physical function that operates on the same 2 fields as SI operates, but it's primarily a physical function, which is to say, emotions are mostly physical. A lump in the throat, crying means tears down your eyeballs, out of your eyeballs, and a flutter in your heart for excitement. And there's a physical response to every emotion. We don't necessarily pay attention to it if it's in the polar, but you can be taught to pay attention to it as I have. And I'm aware now that FI is definitely a physical function. For me, it's almost exclusively a physical function. That is to say, it doesn't seem to operate at all on the metaphysical level for me. I don't keep track of, occasionally, very little, very little do I worry about somebody who's not in front of me. When my daughter was little, that used to happen more. I guess my FI was more active then, So it's like your communicative functions are NI, NE, TI, and FE. All those functions are about turn-based stuff, language, and or meanings that are defined and therefore limited but purposeful. So FE knows you're angry. FI feels angry. Knowing you're angry means you've got an object that has meaning in your head that operates on a turn-based level. He's now angry. Later, I can switch that status to not angry. Maybe I can switch it by saying the right words, you know? So that's all communicative. So look, when I may continue to slip up and say physical, metaphysical, I'm going to try to switch from now on to saying communicative and experiential, okay? So your communicative fields do tend to link to metaphysical stuff, which is to say mapping stuff, right? And your experiential fields link to physical stuff, experiential stuff. Having sexual intercourse occurs in real time on the physical field. But whatever weird words you're saying in your head or out loud, that's occurring on the internal or external metaphysical field. So you may also be considering statuses of some sort or using words to refer to statuses. For example, some people, when having sexual intercourse with a lady, might say, "You're a wanton harlot." Now, they might not actually mean that they believe that she's a wanton harlot. That might be part of their sexual experience, is to also invoke those statuses. So they're engaging on both planes concurrently, right? One of them is a turn-based thing. Let's pretend you have the status wanton harlot. Oh, that's arousing to consider. And on the other plane, it's like the physical sensation of humping and the sight of boobs bouncing and stuff. You see what I'm saying? I hope that was informative about the various planes. Of course, as usual, I'm trying to talk about something and everybody's paying attention to the chat and nobody's listening to me. This is the sad reality of talking with 50 people live streams. Everybody starts getting mad at Lee Trimmer and Raphael and nobody pays attention to me. The advantage of communicative experiential is that they don't have any fanciness to them. They're words everybody can understand. That experiences are different than communications. They don't evoke nearly as much response. Well, I mean, I didn't derive the functions from anything. The functions were there from Jung. Jung says blah 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 blah. MBTI then said blah 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 blah. Socionics then said blah 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 blah. Many years later, I showed up and I was like, "This is interesting. I want to learn all about this stuff." And then eventually, I realized there's a lot of problems with this. People don't know how to make cases. Apparently, it's like there's no framework. There's no way to evaluate this shit. It's as though they're talking about astrology, except they're not. There's something significant and real here. So why don't we do it properly? And to do it properly, you're talking about something that you could, at least in theory, simulate. In order to simulate something, you need to define object, fields, vectors. So that's what my approach has done. And it makes it a lot more sensible. And it makes it simulatable. And it answers all the necessary questions. So it's a complete and substantial articulation of things at level A. Now, at level B, it's an incomplete articulation of things because there's some specifics that impact things that I haven't worked out all the way yet. But you're fighting for women's rights in Lebanon? Huh. Are you fighting for their right to party? Yeah, well, I think that's the part that I haven't got all worked out yet. How you link to a given function links to the agent subject object distinctions that language and or reality make possible. Now, we talk only in subjects and objects because we distinguish between subjects and agents by choosing a different subject pronoun, I, or referring to yourself, I guess, in third person, Eric Strauss. So it's like, for example, my polar Fi would seem to me a function that I experience as an object only, that I don't use it as a subject or as an agent. In other words, I don't define myself by my feelings. I don't act upon or use my feelings to make decisions. I just experience feelings in the real time. So in that regard, for me, I'm really only knowing or being Fi, being via the attentional manner Fi in real time on the physical plane. So by and large, whatever I felt yesterday watching anime show X, which yesterday was mostly Mob Psycho 100, I don't remember what those feelings were. I can remember one scene from regarding Zero starting life over in a new world, which is a really bulky title, where he's saying goodbye to his parents, that I was just sobbing, but I can't recall the feeling or make it happen again right now or anything. So how do we know people don't have unique functions that interact with on the fields in ways that aren't described fully by MBTI? Well, Garrett Hurt, the thing is, we account for four varieties of attention, each of which has two expressions with cognitive functions. Those varieties of attention include action, knowledge, deliberation, and interface. So the challenge then would be to say, to find an additional kind of a class of function that isn't accounted for by one of those four categories. So interface functions are defined as those functions that deal with dynamic systems, either social or non-social. So if what you're talking about is an example of attending to a dynamic system that's either social or non-social, it already fits into one of those categories. Knowledge functions relate to knowing from your experience or knowing from your intuition about the world. If you have an additional kind of knowledge you want to talk about that doesn't fit into one of those categories, then name it in order to challenge the existing model. Deliberation includes interested and disinterested calculi. If there's another kind of calculus you can think of that you'd like to include, then talk to me about that, and we'll see if it fits into one of the existing categories. As far as action functions go, those include both ideation, speech, and physical action. If there's another kind of action, I want to hear about it. So it's like, it's not so much how do we know there's not something else, as this would seem to account for everything that it attempts to account for, which is to say all attentional manners. Now, it is also the case that I tend to deal with mad people by being mad back, whereas somebody else might deal with mad people by being kind of pullbacky. Well, that would seem to be something that's not accounted for by attentional manners. That's why a lot of people also include a Enneagram in their self-analysis or analysis of others. And I do think that those things are that cognitive functions don't claim to account for anything that isn't a cognitive function. And Enneagram is talking about something that is not related to cognitive functions very directly. And that there's no conflict between the two. There's no exclusivity between the two. So they do fit nicely together. Do they form an absolutely complete model of human being? Well, probably not. It depends on what your frame of reference is. Physical deliberation using FI. You would think deliberation would have to be communicative or metaphysical. Yeah, well, that's a TI kind of frame of reference. FI is when you're not sure how you feel about something. You have to think it through for a while. And FI deliberation is like somebody one time in a group chat that I liked and that I was fond of was saying the word like too much as a filler word. And I wanted to tell him to stop. And I wanted to point out that it was a problem. But I was also worried about hurting his feelings and or doing it in front of everybody, whether I should say something on the side, etc. That kind of deliberative process is an FI deliberative process. It's not about what makes whether he's right or wrong to do that, whether I have good enough arguments to critique that behavior. How that would play out would be he could say, well, it's my right to talk how I want. And I'd say that's true, but it's my right to kick you out of this room. And then that would be the end of that conversation. That would be a non-FI related approach to the matter. And an FI related approach was the approach that I took, which was fretting about it for some time, deliberating about how to handle this shit without using TI, It took me a while. The other day I was driving in the car and my dad had a conversation with me about, selling this house eventually in a few years. And it impacted me. It took me a while to sit with the idea of my childhood home being sold. And I still am sitting with it to try to determine how exactly I feel about it. I don't know how I feel about it really. So, that's a deliberative process. It takes time. Some things are very obvious, It's like if you've been waiting for this collectible that you've been trying to find for years, and you finally found it and you bought it, and it comes in the mail and you open the package and it's broken. You don't have to deliberate very long about how you feel about that. It's pretty straightforward. But a lot of FI considerations are things that involve multiple conflicting vectors of things that you value, and that are best not dealt with logic, because logic boils down to, well, who has the right and who has the duty, So that would be internal physical FI that takes place in your mind. Could this have to do with chemicals? Well, okay. So what I'm saying there is, I have a very poor understanding of FI, but I suspect that there's a physical sensation inside. Bye, Taylor. Nice chatting with you. Thanks for being here. Pleasure to see you again. That there's a feeling. The reason I was in this state of deliberation in the first place, and came to think of it or note it, was that I was being very quiet in the car. If I'm very quiet, usually something's going on with me that's not great, right? It's like I'm fairly chatty in general. So I was silent, driving in silence, just driving slowly, trying to figure out what was going on with me. I'm sure there was a physical sensation associated with that as well that I wasn't really paying attention to. In other words, it expresses as something linking to the metaphysical externally, because I was talking more, now I'm talking less. But its root is physical. And for people who use it on both fields, it's native to both the internal physical and internal metaphysical, just as SI is. but it's rooted in the physical. So it's like SE is similarly connected to SI, and it operates on both fields. So in other words, you can SE yourself, or you can SE the external world. You can lift weights, for example, is a way of SEing yourself. Doing exercise is a way of SEing yourself. Having sex is a way of SEing yourself. So it works on both the internal field SI and the external field SE. Concurrently, extroverted intuition works on the internal metaphysical field and the external metaphysical field. The ones that seem to be harder to explain are the interface functions. I'm not sure exactly how that goes. Well, Bobby's son, the border is between turn-based conditional reality and real-time or causal reality. That's the difference. So if I'm crying, I'm experiencing FI as a physical, real-time phenomenon. If I'm trying to deliberate about something like my house eventually being sold, I'm trying to engage FI on a metaphysical level. It's very difficult for me to do because it's bipolar. And so it takes a long time. And in that case, it's in your head. So the border is whether you're using that function in a real-time modality or a turn-based modality. That's the border. Remembering the cognitive functions are always used. So the definitions always have to be operationalized to be meaningful. Strauss 2024 Elite LP. I am going to be running for president in 2024. So please vote for me. Trump will be probably too old by then anyway to be a meaningful candidate. Certainly I will win the primary against Trump. Well, up in place 48, it's both. It shows how SE operates on both planes. So when you're having sex, if you are SI high up in the stack, it's about how your body feels. If you're SE high up in the stack, it's about looking at the boobs and stuff in front of you. If you're more of an intuitive, it might be more about statuses and words and stuff, you know? It depends. How long has this been going? 3 hours and 30 minutes? Wow. Okay, I'm going to wrap this up. I'm going to play another song before I wrap it up. Your question, exclamation point. Is it fair to say that all extroverted functions are external result driven? No, it's not. So the thing is, it'll seem that way to us because we're extroverted dominant. So for us, yes, it's true that the purpose is FE ultimately, but we have an equivalently important internalized purpose, which is our fifth slot. Okay, here it is. My favorite racist song. By Merle Haggard. Some folk call me a rambling man, and I do a lot of thumbing and a kicking can, and it wouldn't do an ounce of good to call me names. That everything wasn't Willie Woodrow, and I wasn't born and bred to no ghetto, just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I'm not to find me a wealthy woman in a line of work that don't take no diploma. I ain't got much to lose but lots to gain. Some might call me a good time fella, but I ain't no black and I ain't no yellow. I'm just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Yeah, I don't want no handout living, don't want any part of anything they're giving. I'm proud and white and I've got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. I'm a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I'm taking it from the top. Some folk call me a rambling man, cause I do a lot of thumbing and a kicking cane. And it wouldn't do an ounce good to call me names. Cause daddy's name wasn't Willie Woodrow. I wasn't born and raised in no ghetto. I'm a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I'm out to find me a wealthy woman in a line of work. Don't take no diploma, cause I ain't got much to lose but lost the game. Some might call me a good time fella, cause I ain't no black and I ain't no yellow. And I'm a white boy just a place to do my thing. I don't want no handout living, don't want any part of anything they're giving. I'm proud and white and I've got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you got to home and get it. I'm a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I'm a small town boy, been around a little, and I like guitars and I like a fiddle. That's the kind of soul hates to fan my flames. I'm a blue-eyed Billy, kind of feared and ready, so I'll have to work to be somebody. I'm a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I don't want no handout living, don't want any part of anything they're giving. I'm proud and white and I've got a song to sing. Yeah, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hum and get it. I'm a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. So white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Oh, wonderful, oh, wonderful. That was Merle Haggard's I'm a White Boy. I play it ironically because I'm transracial, of course. Hi, Trouble. Are you here? Are you here for food? Are you here, queer, and don't want any more bears? I'll give you some food. What am I looking up here? Oh, right. The old set list, Bobette list. Oh. Let's see. Food for Trouble, huh? All right, Trouble. You want food? You ask for it. You'll get it, mister. You handsome scamp, you. There you go, buddy. I've said it before, I'll say it again. Trouble is such a handsome scamp that if I were a cat, he'd turn me gay. Yep. True. True story. True story. I'd let that cat fuck me. Santa Ana's from the east are blowing, driving down that mountain fire. Grant and Lana had best be going, they had cut it down to the wire. Everywhere apocalypse hung heavy, and the truck was piled with ash. Lana got the dogs in the Chevy, and Grant counted out their petty cash. His times are ending, then time is bending. Flames rain down from the sky, while the dogs knock out with Grant's exhaust. Lana stays awake to cry. 120 out, but Labor Day, and that means cooking meat outdoors. Guy got distracted and fire got away. From Bradford to Arcadia, they curse his name. Fire chased them west and down the incline till they reached the foothills below. Found a room cheap for the night online. At least now they had somewhere to go. Tomorrow they'd evaluate their options now that their life had turned away. Alana's sister had a place in Laughlin. Wasn't really any more to say. If times are any, then time is bending. Flames rain down from the sky. While the dogs knock out with great exhaust, Lana stays awake to cry. While the dogs knock out with great exhaust, Lana stays awake to cry. I played that pretty well, actually, all things considered. Sammy has a story that need be told. This is a song for an open road, and such a thing must always do its job. Married up to Jeff, turned 19, 4 years and 3 kids. We hear it now in questioning agency out. Basis discretion, locking in our courses. Way too young. The urgency convert is really just depression, making sure them underneath them always run. Doug at 20 thought bourbon fun, likewise Doug at 21, and so forth, well up in the middle-ish. But once that seemed to set him free, he gave his whole identity. Doug's about another drunken rage. Agency out, basis discretion, locking in our courses. Way too young. The agency convert is really just depression. They'll offer you incentives, but they haven't got a thing that's fun. Everybody panics about the kids. Lock them up with extra deficit rent. Mathematics to impose success or produce more unjust arrest. Agency out, basis discretion, locked in our courses. Way too young. The urgency convert is really just depression. They'll offer you incentives, but they haven't got a thing that's fun. Without consent, it's really just depression. By parasites surviving on their wages earned by lying while they feed the fear of dying. Yeah, let's feed upon the futures of the young. Oh, not too bad. Not too bad. I'm going to win a prize for not too badness. 30,000 days. Too many expectations. Not even worth a damn. 20,000 nights to sleep off the intoxication. Otherwise, you won't escape the plan. I wasted half my days trying another's ways. Who can tell me my priorities? Is there anybody who knows the key? 'Cause I'm tired of doing it wrong. I want direction and have all along. Wait until I know, or is that just hesitation? Clarity's no good once your chance is gone. What I need to show is it's so below my station. I'm tired of doing it wrong. I wasted half my day knows the key. 'Cause I think I'm doing this wrong. 'Cause I think I'm doing this wrong. 'Cause I think I'm doing this wrong. When I was younger, it seemed that everything gleamed. I don't know what happened to me, but I've lost that sense of urgency, and I don't think that I'll ever see it again. If you follow my lead, you'll discover I'm loster than you. And you'll wanna know the way to get back out to wherever it was you thought you knew. And tomorrow will be just like today. I'll be lost then too. It's a matter of mood as much as a matter of will. And the things I do and the direction I point to still seem a part of me, departedly. And I wonder if I'll ever see them again. It's called Matter of Mood. Too much noise in the data stream. Not enough to disrupt everybody's dreams. Frustrations mean mistakes are made, until it seems everybody's just throwing shade. I won't be just another casualty of other people's well-intentioned rules. I used to think that some tomorrow there'd be time for yesterday. Not the sort of thing that one can borrow. No more money to end that day. Your uncertainty's implicit, just like an unexpected visit from a bunch of men all dressed in blue suits. I won't be just another casualty of other people's well-intended rules. I used to think that some tomorrow there'd be time for yesterday. Well, actually, I played that better than I usually do, which is to say I normally don't play very well, and I didn't play great that time, but better than I normally do. It's a hard song for me. Let me skip Gerald and go to Jesus People. If Jesus was people but absent of sin, he must then have struggled with regular men and women, of course, when they too were present. Disciples all warily eye in the lesson. If people were Jesus, they'd know how they think. and everyone's work would be true. And feelings once spoken would sit where they sink, and we'd all know just what to do. But people aren't Jesus once they're betrayed. Easy believing forever is lost. Very naivete is not to be saved, but the wise pay a terrible cost. Does virtue require a rational take, or is virtue that's reasoned invariably fake? Does musing itself just distract from the flow, or is care better served by deliberate and slow? People aren't Jesus once they're betrayed. The easy believing forever is lost. Maybe naivete is not to be saved, but the wise pay a terrible cost. No one you thought you knew acts like you never have met. The life you made for two has faded into regret. There's no one unshaken, we all have been shook. But being forsaken don't mean you're forsook. Though in the past we've been hung out to dry, we'll find them at last if we're willing to try. People aren't Jesus once they're betrayed. The easy believing forever is lost. Maybe naivete is not to be saved, but the wise pay a terrible cost. Maybe naivete is not to be saved, but the wise pay a terrible cost. It's a hard song to sing because there's no room to breathe in that song. No room to breathe for me or you. I guess we'll suffocate now. Sue. What's the matter with Chad? Is he terribly bad? Is he very like Dan, who's a terrible man? Is he sort of like Jill, who can't pay her bill? Is he rather like Jack, too stuck on the facts? What's the matter with Sue? Does she know what to do? Bring attitude. Will she show ingenuity? She talks about you whenever we go walking. What's the matter with Bryn? She's been living in sin. She's been hanging with Jim. He's looking terribly thin. What's the deal with Frank stealing fish from my tank? Colluding with you and they're talking to Lou. What's wrong with the ladies? What's the matter with men? From the feeling of gay to the coldness of Sven. They talk about you whenever we go walking. Paths that lead to lesser days, spill still at the overwatered path, and whoever's left that's still okay. Just tie the sails to the mast. Are you angry at Ken or at Neville again? Don't bother with Kev, he's practically dead. Just focus on Bert, he's medium hurt. What's the quandary for Liz? Did she fail a quiz? What's the matter with Drew? Does she know what to do? If they bring attitude, will she show ingenuity? She talks about you whenever we go walking. Paths that lead to lesser days, to spill at the overwatered past, and whoever's left that's still okay. Just tie the sails to the mast, 'cause each of us has much engravely sinned. Throw up the hands, stiffen the chin. Catastrophe looms heavy overhead again. Times gone will never be again. Every life lived reaches a time when the road splits in two. There are times, hard times, times of despair, times when it's hard to feel good. That's when I look for my sack full of solvency and my satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Satchel of helpful goods. Every life lived reaches a time when the road gets to the end. When I'm there, will there be anybody else around? Or will I travel all alone? That's when I'll look for my sack full of solvency and my satchel of helpful goods. 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 That was called Satchel of Helpful Goods. This one. Let's go back to this one. Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a plot. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a plot to get the margarines tater tots. He's got a good idea for a name-changing business, thinking now about what he'll call Christmas when they hire his firm to change that name. Gerald always thought that there'd be chance enough to return to the work after rough. Get back to it eventually, but his visions piled up and his plans would interrupt all the work that started off so hopefully. Now his mind is back on his business, thinking of changing track list to listless. So how all of the people work out his name. And Gerald knows he understands ever more clearly now. He won't provide explanation regarding the why or the how. He'll see you, he'll know you, from inside your heart. Exciting, delighting, Gerald plays his part. But Gerald still knew there's too much to do, and he dropped down in the underview. Too much to rebut, so where, how, and what? Too much time spent picking the skew with you. Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a plot to get the margarine's tasty spots. He's got a good idea for a name-changing business, thinking now about what to call Christmas when they hire his Gerald has a thought. Amelia, go from that place. Take unto you the details of your case. Amelia, when you rise above, floating ahead and soaring like a dove, what will they say when they look at you then? Moving sideways in the space you're in, staring sidelong at your thirsty friend. Amelia, can't you see? You and I will never be. Amelia, yet you're still free. Too much opportunity to leave out in the rain. Amelia, we're watching you fail for sure. No matter what we do. Amelia, when you rise above, floating ahead and soaring like a dove, what will they say when they look at you then? Moving sideways in the space you're in, staring sidelong with your thirsty friend. Amelia, can't you see? You and I will never be. Amelia, yet you're still free. With too much opportunity to leave out in, too much opportunity to leave out in, too much opportunity to leave out in the rain. Amelia. Oh, he came here with her, and what's the big problem that you can't endure? It seems so sure you're not appropriate claiming to blame things on Scott. Despite getting got, he's got you refraining for him, straining for him, going to the gym to make yourself good enough again. God damn it. Yeah, you guys both have loves invested. That's not a reason to stay around. Through the years, you've both been tested. Time to move up, find higher ground. Oh, he came here with her, and what's the big problem that you can't endure? You seem so sure it's not appropriate claiming to blame things on Scott. Despite getting caught, he's got you refraining for him, straining for him, going to the gym to make yourself good enough again. Be done with him. Well, I played that pretty poorly. I'm not gonna lie. There'd be no point. You could see right through it. rain. Those drizzles don't count, I drizzle more. When I pee in the sink, which is just the right height to catch all of the undesired splatter. And when I'm done, I'll go outside and climb a ladder. I will go up there and take me a bucket and pour water inside. And I'll say, hey, Mr. Cloud, won't you drop it from the bottom? Hey, Mr. Cloud, won't you drop it from the bottom? Mr. Cloud, drop it from the bottom on me. Okay, I'm going to play Agave Weatherman, and that's it. I'm done. You're living on a time frame I will never know. Alienation and humanity's soul. Imagine you a future after the collapse, returning to the urgency of isolated past. You're picturing community free of metaphysics while you're hunting buffalo and picking red delicious. Your knowledge of the seasons, your wisdoms of old, fires blazing in at night to keep away the cold. Hostility is kept at bay by what you think is in the way of life as children of the land. With an agave weatherman, imagining a history that never could have been. You lecture at the college, advancement is a sin. You're lamenting disconnection in every corporate act, asserting all your feelings and ignoring all the facts. Hostility is kept at bay by what you think is in the way, by what you think is in the way of life as children of the land. With the agave weatherman, you find modernity just so banal. Wish you had been born any time but now, and your experience won't run afoul of summer that moonlight allow. You visualize nobility sipping on some port, or tribes of peaceful savages in beautiful comport. But few of history's people ever thusly did cavort. Life was solitary, nasty, brutish, poor, and short. Hostility is kept at bay. Hostility is kept at bay by what you think is in the way of life as children of the land. With an agave weatherman. With an agave weatherman. The end. For those of you who stuck around through Eric's set of songs, thank you. For those of you who left, I understand. I don't know how to play a Type Police song. All right, rock and roll, everybody. 4 hours. Wow.